All right, I'm coming on the stage. Woohoo! I am really interested to see today's trial. I really am. But before we get started on that, we got some happy birthdays to do. So let's go ahead and do our birthdays. I've kind of gotten out of routine of doing that. But we've got some birthdays to do in a minute. Housekeeping is uh, this is a safe place for everyone to discuss and enjoy this trial together. Keep things clean. Do not say any disparaging comments about people's appearances. And keep it teen related, if you know what I mean. So I am kind of felt lost yesterday. It's the first day I didn't have a trial to go and take care of and listen to and work. So it was a little nice, comfortable, peaceful day for me. I hope it was a good one for you. So, with that, whoever just joined me, thank you and good morning. We are going to go to birthdays. And if that's something that you want to sit here and have fun with, great. If not, I'll be right back. But right now, let's go do some birthdays. I have a list of birthday people, and we are going to wish you a happy birthday. Are y'all ready? Let's go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Larsa. Happy birthday, Sean. Happy birthday, David Carpenter. Happy birthday, Jamie. Happy birthday, Coral May. Happy birthday, Dr. Wendy. Happy birthday, Murray. Tracy, happy birthday. Amanda and Sarah, happy birthday to you. Victoria and Laureen. I hope y'all have an amazing birthday. I hope you're blessed and enjoy this day with your family and friends. All right, we got the birthdays. Happy birthday to y'all. I know that it's fun having someone shout your birthday out. So if you're a listener and you're watching, be more than free to send me your birthday friends, and I'll be happy to wish them a happy birthday live here on the I got a friend's birthday, recovering addict. Alternate juror. I got recovery addict on the brain. I want to give him a shout out. He has been so amazing in helping me get going and the technology. And he has blessed my socks off. So, recovery addict, thank you so much. I have shipped you something. I hope it arrives in one piece. We'll know soon enough. All right, we are waiting for court to come in, and I just wanted to talk a little bit and have y'all comment a little bit. Comments are open on the prosecution's opening statements and the way he's doing his questionings. I wanted to see what y'all graded the prosecution attorney, or DA, against the attorney for the defendant. My opening remarks on the prosecutor, his opening remarks put me to sleep after about 3 minutes. Can't imagine. It wasn't, yes, he talks more monotone. I get it. But for me, it was the way he was delivering the events and how it happened. He didn't hammer in, she killed him. It's her fault. She did it. It's your one shot to really get into their brain before they hear the evidence. She did it. And he really just went, I understand describing who the victim was. That is important. We all want to get to know the victim, and I had no problem with that, but he delivered it in such a dead way. It was like almost an obituary. For me, that to me was just so, I don't know, it didn't feel good. It felt icky. I didn't know if I was, sorry about that. I did not know if I was at a funeral or if I was in court. The other thing is that it's not memorable. I can't sit here 3 days later and remember anything he really said other than, which I don't know if he should have done it or not, but he stated that there was a phone call, a phone search, a search for how long does it take for a person to die in the cold, and it was misspelled, and it was like at 6:24 in the morning, and then he turned around and said, "But the prosecution's going to have you say it was 2 something in the morning." That's all I remember, y'all. I'd really have to rewatch it. And that to me is not a good opening statement in any way for the defense, for the prosecution. However, comparing him to the defense, I mean, I give him an F. I mean, he has been, out of the last 5 or 6 trials, he is the least and lowest grade on it. Oh, hi, Andrea. Thank you for joining. Both of the attorneys acted like middle schoolers. Pros given a prosecution, giving a presentation in the least favorite class. Yeah. Defense telling his buddies he's just saw 2 teachers making out in the supply closet. Girl. Okay. But at least with the defense, it was more of, this is my client. She didn't do it. And this is what happened. And this could have happened. And this is what we think is happening. You know what I mean? It was more of bam, not this kind of prosecution. Now, what I want to know with the prosecutor is this. How's my sound? It sounds kind of soft today. It just may be my monitors. The prosecution says, and so tell me, how was the weather that morning? Oh, it was snowing. Was it really just snowing? How was your visibility? Were the roads easy to drive? Is it true that it was actual blizzard? And did it get worse as you drove? When you arrived, how were the winds? I'm all like, every single person he puts on the stand. And I'm like, we all know it's a blizzard by now. We have got the picture. It's clear. You couldn't see it was a blizzard. And I'm thinking, as someone who's been a first responder on scene, I note the weather conditions on the way down there. But the moment I jump out of that vehicle, y'all, it's all hands on that patient, especially when they're non-responsive. It's all hands on. I'm no longer looking to see, and how many inches of snow do you think built up from the moment you got there to the moment you left on the victim's body? He didn't say that, but that's kind of the mentality I'm getting from him. And I'm like, dude, just look at the patrol car cams, okay? Ask the important questions. I thought he left a lot of important questions on the table with the lead EMT or EMT paramedic. He left a lot of information. I don't know. I don't know. I was really perplexed by how much. I guess, when you think that way and you've been in that world, you kind of know more of what to ask. Did he ever regain a pulse? Were y'all ever successful in getting a pulse? Were you ever successful in getting an airway cleared? And did he ever breathe while he was with you? What did you do? Did you push fluids? Did you have to shock his heart? What did you do exactly to try to save this man? How gone was he? I know that's brutal for a family to hear, but I think if you want the jury to believe that he'd been laying there since 2 a.m., then you really got to hammer home. I know they said his fingers were stiff. Y'all, that's gone. But there have been people who have died of hypothermia and have been revived. But here they come. But the other thing is there's noise, y'all, but they have not shown, there's no picture yet. And I'm like, okay, so what was his body core temperature when you found him? What was it when you got him back to the hospital? Those kinds of questions. And why did you not notice, if you noticed blood, why did you not notice the cut on the back of the head? Okay, they're coming in. They're starting on time.
Your Honor, this is 22-82117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Elizabeth Little also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Morning, Judge David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
No, Your Honor.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Tuesday?
Yes, Your Honor.
Everyone said no or shook their heads.
I'm an alternate juror.
Jurors, from time to time, I will give you instructions or talk to you for a few minutes about how you evaluate evidence. So I just want to take a couple of minutes today. It's part of my job, where my job is to teach the jury about the law. So in considering the testimony of any witness, please remember that questions are not evidence. Only the answers, which are in fact the only part of the exchange between the lawyer and the witness that are given under oath, are evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness answers no. Based solely on that question and that answer, there's no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that he did, or that the witness poisoned him. So going forward, I want you to consider the evidence in that regard. Also, there were videos shown to you, and I expect that throughout the course of this trial, there'll be many more videos shown to you. These videos are evidence, and there's audio on these. So what the video shows is for you folks to decide.
See if we can break that 200
not any of the lawyers.
Y'all. Let's share
what an audio recording says is for you to decide.
I know y'all
not me, not any of the lawyers, because you find the facts. That's your job. We all have different jobs. But finding the facts in the case is your job. Okay? So with that, please get the Commonwealth's witness back on the stand, Mr. Flemati.
Oh, we're back. Me so sorry. We didn't miss anything.
Just watch your step forward. I just need you to raise your right hand one more time. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now and again, to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Before I begin, may I just approach the witness to return Exhibit 1?
Sure.
Morning, sir. Good morning.
Maybe they'll ask some of the questions I asked. We are all good, y'all. Good night's sleep.
Now, Firefighter Flemati. I believe when we had left off the other day, you had arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct? Correct. And when you arrived there, what, if anything, did you do upon your arrival? So on arrival, positioning the apparatus is going to be our most important thing, trying to figure out where our patient is and parking our apparatus close enough, especially at nighttime, that we can light up the scene as well as we can. Try and figure out how to approach a scene, because if we have to trek equipment farther distances, it can slow our response down. So we try and make sure our arrival and positioning is as best as we can put it. And as far as positioning in reference to when you first are sort of pulling up on the scene, where are you in the ambulance again? So I would have been the passenger of the ambulance. Usually the tech that's leading into the call will sit on the passenger side to try and mentally get ready for what's going on, whether it's reviewing protocols or just trying to assess the information coming across the radio so you can update your treatment plan as much as you can before you even see the victim. And when the ambulance comes to a stop or it's parked at your positions, where is, what if anything do you see sort of as far as the scene is concerned? So we have our fire apparatus that are helping light up the scene, but we also have two female parties going by to the victim on the side of the road and going back and forth between that person and the side of the road. And
was anybody doing
position when you first arrive, are you able to see the person on the side of the road? You can see a shape of a person, so we know that's where the patient is, because we reported that there was a party on the side of the road. So seeing a body shape, that clued us that that was where we were headed. In addition to the ambulance that you're in, how many other vehicles are on scene when you get there? When I get there, I believe it is engine 3 and car 5. And beyond sort of the vehicles from your department, what if any other vehicles do you see when you get there? If I remember correctly, it was just a personal vehicle. I don't remember if there's any police cars on scene at that time.
There was at least 2 police cars.
And from your orientation when you pull up, where is the body positioned? To your left, to your right, or something? To my left. And so after the ambulance is positioned, what do you do? So then it's going to be bringing all the equipment over to the patient's side to be able to extricate them from that situation, whether it's a house or a street or a road. We assess where they are and then the best tools to get them out into the ambulance to be able to work effectively on the patient. When you proceed over to, now again, at some points subsequent later on, are you able to identify who the person on the ground is? Yes. We will try and get a general idea of the age of the patient, the positioning of the patient, how they were found, and then when we get them into the ambulance, we can start identifying ways to register that patient in the emergency room. So identifiers, whether it's a license or witnesses, or we try and figure out who they are so they can get registered at the hospital. At some point, were you able to identify who this person was? That's correct. His wallet was in his pocket and we were able to grab his license. And who were you able to identify? That was John O'Keefe. And so with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first observed him on the ground, how far away from the street or the roadway is that? I'd say approximately 10 feet away from the road. And how is he positioned as far as how is his body positioned on the ground? I'd have to review, but I believe he was supine on his back. Just in general terms, first, when you're responding to a call of this nature, what are some of the protocols that you were speaking about? What is it that you're seeking to do or assess when you first arrive? So we're trying to determine if it's a cardiac arrest, that whether it's a viable transport or workable arrest. We have certain protocols within the Massachusetts protocols for whether we work the patient or we relieve the patient on scene if it's a police matter, if there's injuries not sustainable with life. So we're trying to make that assessment before we make any decisions. Let me stop you there just for 1 second. You use the term as far as cardiac arrest. Based on your training and experience, what do you understand that term? So cardiac arrest, to the best of my knowledge, is just the cessation of electrical and mechanical activity in the cardiac muscle. So the cardiac muscle pumps blood throughout the body, and when that stops, all life stops after that.
How do you like my ticker?
Now,
I figured out how to do it, y'all.
In particular reference to the conditions, the weather conditions that you find yourself in, what, if anything else, is sort of on the scale or spectrum in regard to diagnosis? So cardiac arrest, depending on where they're found, we try and figure out what led them to be at that point. So we're looking at weather conditions as well. That can also affect viability of resuscitation. So due to the extreme weather, extreme cold, we'll attempt resuscitation on that patient due to the fact that it'll prolong viability of the arrest or ability to recover from cardiac arrest afterwards. So weather is definitely a key factor in where they are found. And you're familiar with the term based on your training experience called hypothermia? Correct. And so what, if any, sort of relationship does cardiac arrest have? Well, let me ask you this first. What is your understanding of the term hypothermia? Exposure to extreme cold that lowers your core and extremity temperatures down to below 95 degrees, usually. And what, if any, interplay is there between hypothermia and cardiac arrest? So like I said before, it'll prolong how long, it'll preserve the body after arrest. So if somebody's found in like a cold water situation, there's been multiple reports of patients recovering after being drowned in cold water for up to an hour. So viability is definitely improved by the cold weather. As far as viability is concerned, you talk about doing your assessment. What are sort of the steps that go into your assessment? So we're looking at obvious signs of death. So we're looking at exposure of brain matter. We're looking at traumatic injuries, decapitation, things that would basically be non-life sustainable. We're looking at signs of lividity and rigor to basically show us how long the patient has been down for. And the age of a particular patient, what, if any, relationship does that have to your assessment? So it'll show the extent of frailty the patient has. If somebody's an elderly patient, severe cancer patient, their ability to sustain a cardiac event like that is less. So somebody that's younger or middle-aged will have a much better chance of recovery afterwards. But that would really be the only key that we're looking at. And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe during your assessment of him initially? Just that he was a middle-aged male, and that was all we had. And as far as the other things that you're talking about, as far as viability of resuscitation, what, if anything,
Thank you for
with
joining.
reference to Mr. Keefe in regard to that? So with viability, we were looking at any rigidity or rigor in the body, or lividity or separation of blood. You would have a pooling of blood or bruising, it would look like, at the lower parts of the body, depending on how the person's positioned. Basically, if they're supine, you'd have positioning or pooling underneath the body. And then you would have stiffness of the arms, legs, jaw, neck. To be able to move the body, we're looking to, if they don't have those things present, it's another check mark of saying this is viable, we can work this. And specifically as it applies to your assessment of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, do you recall in regard to that initial assessment as far as viability? So his limbs were able to be moved, jaw was able to be moved. The posterior of his body was red, so not the indicative of lividity that we're looking for. So we termed it to be a viable arrest and continue to work. You mentioned as far as sort of gathering your equipment, bringing it over to Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, equipment did you gather? So equipment initially is going to be our scoop stretcher to be able to pick the patient.
Okay, guys, I'm going to break for just a quick second. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, Tuesday, they said his hands and arms were stiff and they almost couldn't get the jacket off. Well, if a body, if he deceased like at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and they're there at 6 a.m., rigor mortis, if he had been dead that long, would have already set in. So this is where the medical examiner is going to come in handy, because if he is not in rigor mortis, which this witness is stating, he's not in rigor mortis and he's viable. I'm writing this down. Then he has not been in that snow from 2 something in the morning. I'm just saying, my personal experience with as a first responder. He hadn't been there that long.
Up, break apart, put it underneath him. We
But
have
I'm
a first
glad
in
that
bag, an airway bag, cardiac monitor.
prosecution
We'll bring
is
all that
finally
over
asking
to
the
the
important
patient's side
questions.
to be able to do as much as we can in that situation. But due to the weather, we wanted to get him out of the weather, because that was one of the things that was hurting him at that point, is getting him into the warmer ambulance and beginning the warming process. So get into an area where we can assess the patient thoroughly with good lighting, and
Thank y'all for
to be
joining.
able to expose the patient, begin the warming
Good morning.
process. And when you go to where Mr. O'Keefe is, about 10 feet off the roadway, who, if anyone, from your department goes along with you? So I have Matt Kelly with me and Tim Nuttall. I also have Frank Walsh,
Correct.
Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodbury, and Captain Robbery. And as far as this sort of initial assessment on the ground with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, were sort of each of those respective people doing with regard to Mr. O'Keefe? I'd have to review specific interventions as far as who did what when, but that's why we document things immediately afterwards, so it's all fresh.
Like the police, some of them.
So CPR was initiated by me, and ALS assessment as well. So I can go over individual interventions if you'd like, but it's really.
Okay, I'm going to stop right here. Just so y'all know, when Karen Reed started the CPR, the first officer shows up on scene. The first officer should have immediately gone over with her and helped her continue CPR. It is in his training and it is his duty to do so. Once CPR is started, doesn't matter by whom, it must continue. And so when he arrived and she stopped and he did not pick up CPR, the first one, Mr. Sarif, Officer Sarif did not, when she stopped, should have gotten down there and continued that CPR. If she was doing mouth to mouth, he should have gone down there and started doing the compressions. And that should have continued until the paramedics show up. But that did not continue. And that is against the law. That right there is a big red flag to me. Why was CPR not continued the moment that other people show up? Because a police officer is considered a first responder. A police officer, and that's what they're screaming about in Brian in the house, is a police officer who knows first, response. Why is he not out there helping? Well, if he didn't know what was going on, that's one thing. But this officer who showed up knew. He stated mouth to mouth was in process when I arrived. Then what he should have done is gotten out there, got on his knees and started the chest compressions instead of just standing around and talking to people. Huge red flag for me. Protocol was not followed on
And
that
for the record,
at all.
sir, you're looking at exhibit number 160, and what page of that are you looking at?
In my humble opinion.
It says 2 of 5 of my EMS report, but there's also the first report on the top as well. And first report, EMS report, but.
I'm going to go back to that question. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know I was going to do that. Really? You froze? The weather must be bad. Okay, I missed it. We'll just keep going. Lord have mercy.
Observations, Mr. O'Keefe, when he's on the ground, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how he was dressed? For the exposure, I'd say he was pretty underdressed. Long sleeve t-shirt, jeans. nothing really substantial to be out in that type of weather.
No jacket?
And at this point, or any subsequent point, what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's footwear? By the time so our first priority is
No
obviously going to be
jacket?
treating the patient. His clothes do matter, but it's on the list of priorities, not huge. So by the time we figured out he was missing one of his shoes, we were already at the hospital at that point. And do you recall which of his shoes he was missing? I don't. And as far as that missing shoe, was that something that you or any of the other firefighters, paramedics would have needed to have removed on scene pursuant to any sort of treatment? Nothing would have been done through the feet. It would have been just exposure of the patient to see possibly the extent of frostbite, if it had started affecting his extremities, fingers, nose, that type of thing, hypothermic reaction there. Would that be something that would have been removed by one of you or one of the other firefighters while he was on the ground? If it would have been removed, both of them would have been removed to assess that. It wouldn't do much good to just remove one and leave it there on scene. Now, as far as the two females.
Let's pause and answer that question. Y'all, if you're watching, y'all ask a question. I'm going to try and answer it. If, first of all, they're saying that she hit him at 2-something in the morning. They're saying that he was out there when the snowblower, big Frankenstein, the machine as they call it, came through. And the driver said he didn't see a body at 2:30. He came through again about 3:30. Didn't see a body again. That would be very evident from his height and level of observation. He would have seen the body. So the body wasn't out there at 2:30. The body wasn't out there at 3:30. But at 3:30, there was a vehicle spotted in which somebody in the group of people owns one just like it after 3:30 in the morning. So if he was, but no body was seen, but the vehicle was. So if he was placed, say, at 4:30 in the morning, and they found him at, say, 5:36 in the morning, that's more plausible with his stiffness and the fact that he wasn't in the rigor mortis to the extent. So you follow me? I mean, if he had actually died at 2:30 in the morning, rigor mortis would have already set in. And on top of that, they would not have tried to save him because it would have set in, and that's unsavable at that point. But because he was out in the cold and he could have potentially died, minutes or hours after he was placed, it may have taken time for him to pass. It probably did. It was not an instant passing. Then the state of his body, as to what this gentleman is saying, fits. So let's just say he got in a fight. He stumbled out of the house and passed out on the yard and was there for a few hours, which is a plausible explanation. That's my humble opinion. Then the condition of his body fits. But if he was out there at 2 a.m. deceased, he's dead from 2:30 in the morning-ish all the way to about 6 in the morning. Rigor mortis would have been in. They would not have tried to revive.
That you observed.
This is very important. And where's the big
Did they
puffy
sort of
jacket
remain in the
that
same
the
position
other
even if
EMT
you
said he
observed
had
them
on?
around or something? They kind of cleared a little bit away from the scene.
And the other EMT, I'm going to back up just a hair. And the other EMT said, or lead paramedic said, he was well dressed for the weather. So this is a huge contradiction right here. I hope the defense grabs
hypothermic reaction there. Would that be something that would have been removed by one of you or one of the other firefighters while he was on the ground? If it would have been removed, both of them would have been removed to assess that. It wouldn't do much good to just remove one and leave it there on scene.
I hope that helped.
Now, As far as the two females that you observed, did they sort of remain in the same position you initially observed them? Did they move around or something?
They kind of cleared a little bit away from the scene. I would say they moved off to the right of the apparatus so we could work on the patient at that time.
And what, if any, conversation or what, if anything, did you ask either of those two?
So how the patient was found and what brought them to that situation is critical. So we're trying to figure out as much information past medical history that we can of the patient. So we're trying to find somebody who has knowledge of the event. So as we approach the scene, begin to talk to one of the females. What is going on? Why are they there? What happened?
And you say you're speaking to one of the two females, is that correct?
That's correct.
You see any of those females in the courtroom today?
That's correct. Ms. Reed.
Could you just identify as to where Ms. Reed is seated or an article closed?
Right there.
That's the record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, with regard to one of the two females that you were talking to, was that Ms. Reed or was that somebody else?
That was Ms. Reed.
And why, if at all, were you talking to her versus one of the other females that you observed?
She seemed to be the one that was most personally affected by it, so figured she'd had the most information about why the person was there.
That's normal
And
assumption.
what, if any, observations did you make of her in regard to your conclusion that she was the one who seemed the most personally affected by it?
She was the most distressed on scene, obviously upset, so personally related to or had a relationship with the person.
That is an assumption we have made. Blunt force trauma to the head and
Before
hypothermia
we
were
get
the
to
two reasons listed.
conversations, what, if anything, did you observe Ms. Reed or any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe when you first started to come up to this?
So I would characterize it as an attempted resuscitation. She was attempting to do CPR, but due to the erratic behavior, she was running back and forth between the other female on scene and the body, back and forth, trying to press on his chest, wake him up, talk to him.
Why is the police officer not doing it incomplete?
And as far as
We should have
the
taken over.
conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if any, questions asked in regard to
Up 101.
demographics or anything else?
So do you have any information of who this is? How are they here? Tried to get any type of information we could from her at that time, but with no luck.
When you say with no luck, what, if anything, what, if any, response did you receive from Ms. Reed in regards to your question?
So the only response that I was personally given was just, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him.
And when she's saying, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him, how loudly is she saying that?
So she was within 2 feet of me, but very loud. Any type of follow-up questioning, did you hit him with your hand? Did you kick him? What happened? She just repeated the phrase over and over again, I hit him.
She may have assumed that she may have hit him when she backed up and drove off after leaving him. That
And
might
just to
be an
clear,
assumption, doesn't
where
mean she did
does
it.
this conversation occur?
This was as we're bringing equipment over to the patient.
Yep.
The interventions are going to be started basically by whoever gets over to the scene first. I'm trying to gather information as a lead paramedic to try and coordinate interventions and therapy
Do CPR.
to kind of holistically be the team leader in that situation and treat and transport the patient. So it was on approach to the patient, probably halfway between the ambulance and the patient.
And with regard to that treatment of Mr. O'Keefe, and you referenced it earlier being within your report, what were sort of those steps or what, if anything, did you and the other firefighters do with regard to treatment? Before you answer that, Your Honor, may I request, may the witness just refer to the TMS report as you go?
Yes, if need be.
Thank you. So we try and document through our flow chart of all of the interventions that we're doing. So CPR is obviously going to be our first priority. CPR is initiated, unchanged but successful in the actual intervention itself, no complications. We do our ALS assessment that we talked about of any further indications of this is not a viable arrest. We determined it was a viable arrest and we move on. Then we're going to start, we refer to it as a bag valve mask at 15 liters per minute on oxygen. The patient's not breathing on their own, so we're trying to assist ventilating that with high flow oxygen as well. And easy IO, which is a needle we put into the bone of the tibia of the patient. That was on that right tibia was the first one we put in. We're going to be putting in warm fluid. We have a warmer in the back to be able to bring up the core temperature. Then we start with epinephrine, 1 milligram through that IO.
If I could just stop you there for 1 second. When you say as far as IO and put it into the leg, how is that sort of inserted into the leg?
So we have two different methods we can do. We have a drill, a power drill that drills through the outer layer of the bone into the capillary area of the bone, the soft, spongy material. So we drill through that, or we can do it by hand if that fails.
And
Painful.
when it comes to the epinephrine, what is sort of the purpose of that medication? What are you trying to do with that medication?
So that medication will improve, it's a vasoconstrictor. It'll cause the vasculature to constrict. So it'll improve the quality or effectiveness on the cardiac muscle, cardiac vasculature, and the cerebral
But there would be bruising in the body.
So as far as the administration of epinephrine is concerned, is that something that's done once or more than once? And is there a protocol for that?
So it's going to be serial every 3 to 5 minutes during the cardiac arrest to try and bring them over to the hospital. So it continues that entire time unless there's a rhythm change or that can change our algorithm of how we approach the patient. If there's a rhythm regain or return of spontaneous circulation.
And so how many times or what times was the epinephrine administered via the IO to these drills?
So I have epinephrine at 620, 625, 630, 635, 640, 645.
And when was that first administered? Would that have been at some point when he was outside of the ambulance on the ground or in the ambulance or something?
In the ambulance. They can set it out.
Be dependent on transport time.
I'm cold. Excuse me. Sorry, a little nippy in here.
So our first, we're at patient side at 6:15.
No.
Transport 6:27. So best estimation would have been inside of the ambulance at that point.
I'm sorry I interrupted you before.
From what I understand, we'll learn more in trial. From what I understand, it's weird how nobody's really talking about the blunt force trauma on the back of the head. But that is a possibility. But her taillight got cracked when she backed out of the house to go look for him. They have it on video. They showed it day 1, where she backed up, or was it day 2, where she backed up, and when she backed up, she clipped his car. And it didn't break it, it cracked it. So when I have seen people get on scene from people who've been hit by vehicles, and it can hit a taillight, but usually breaks a taillight is usually an impact in such that the torso is involved, the knee is involved, or a harder joint is involved. Not a head can do it too. But the type of trauma that I understand him to have on the back of the head, compiled with what's on the front of the head and the hands, the injuries seem to be more like a fight. Maybe someone hit him with something on the back of the head. Oh, I'm with you. I am so with you. I slept so good last night. First time in a long time I slept that good. And it's like, I don't want to wake up this morning. So understand that it's possible. It's plausible. but the defense is going, he was in a fight in the house that caused this. And I think if there was a fight, it was because people found out that Karen was screwing around on her boyfriend. And the two guys, the boyfriend and the guy that she was screwing around with, were in the same location at the same time. A fight ensued. The dog got involved. Everybody got involved. And this is where we ended up. That is a plausible thing. I'm not for one side or the other. Oh, I know. I have been there so much. I get you, babe. I get you. Take a nap if you need to. You won't offend me. It's okay. All right, guys, let's go back.
But after sort of the introduction of the epinephrine, what if anything did you and the other firefighters?
After the first round? Yeah.
Could be.
So first round of epinephrine. After that, we would drop in what's called an OPA. That would be to push the tongue out of the way, open up the airway to improve our bag valve mass, so it has an open air way to get the oxygen into the lungs.
Looking thing.
We begin external warming, stripping the patient, getting the heat turned up in the back of the ambulance. We would then switch over from manual CPR done by hand to a mechanical CPR device to ensure adequate, consistent CPR compressions of the chest. It was a Lucas device. Put that on the patient.
Big round thing.
And then we continue with another round of epi. Patient's starting to warm up this time, so we would do suction at that point to try and suction fluid out of the airway to improve ventilation efforts. Another round of epi is done. We have another suction, this time through a deep suction via the endotracheal tube.
So they trached him.
Oops, sorry. At 6:22, after warming, we intubated the patient. We have a 7.5 tube paced at 27 centimeters, and then verified through various means, through chest rise, auscultation, waveform, and tidal CO2. So we had complications listed as patient vomiting, aspirating. Suction was then done with a rigid tip suction device. After successful intubation, we then suctioned via French tube through the airway established. Jump back up to 6:31. Another IO line was established on the opposite tibia on the left side.
Oh, that's so painful.
And then another 3 rounds of epi, and then arrival at the hospital.
What was the arrival time at the hospital?
At destination was 6:45.
What hospital was that again? I'm sorry.
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
There's a term that you use in your reports called, and I'll probably butcher this, but asystole, is that correct?
Yeah, asystole is going to be a cardiac rhythm where there's no electrical activity in the heart and is referred to as flatline.
What, if any, observations did you make in your treatment diagnosis in regards to Keith as far as asystole?
So that was the rhythm he was found in. From initial rhythm, I have on the EKG at 6:32 as asystole. So we basically observe that for any changes, whether it's increase of electrical activity, regain of adequate pulses, all of that can kind of be hinted at with the cardiac rhythm. And then we would change our algorithm based on whether we go down the ROSC protocol or we continue down the cardiac arrest protocol.
And whether it's on scene or it's in the ambulance, is there sort of a division of task or a division of different skill that's being employed in patient care?
So patient care will have to do with level of training and also proximity on the patient. Where you get into the ambulance is just logistically, if you have the training, it's not a huge open ER, it's a small environment. So we try and not have people jump over each other as best as we can.
And if you recall, who was sort of doing what in relation to treatment of this patient?
So in the back of the ambulance specifically?
Yes.
Okay, in the back of the ambulance, Tim Nuttall was managing the airway. I was the team lead that was kind of coordinating all of the interventions. Matt Kelly was assisting in gathering equipment, doing CPR before the mechanical device was placed on. Basically, they act as an assistant to hand equipment, place things in strategic areas around so we can actually work without having to go get those physical things ourselves.
Now, as far as you indicated removal of Mr. O'Keefe's clothing once in the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
What was it about the sort of the condition of the clothing that led to the removal of that?
So removal of clothing is actually pretty standard for any cardiac arrest, any traumatic injuries. We're basically trying to get further clues because this is all happening very quickly. So we're trying to get more evidence of why are they here. We're looking for extremity injuries, crush injuries, bruising, anything that we could document, that we could pass on to the emergency room staff and doctors. So we would strip most patients.
And as far as were you involved personally, as far as sort of the cutting of the clothing and stripping the patient?
Yes.
And upon removal of the clothing, what, if anything, did you observe as to sort of the condition of the clothing or texture of the clothing?
Condition seemed pretty well intact, but just wet and cold.
And what, if any, relationship would the wet and cold clothing have to any of the diagnoses that you were running through in regard to this clothing?
It would really just be the exposure to the weather would be our biggest trigger off of that, or if you had protruding injuries through the clothing, compound fractures, things like that. The clothing was intact, but we knew it was wet, it was cold. So as we strip things off of him, we can see underneath basically if there are any not every fracture breaks through the skin, not everything causes obvious things, obvious signs. So as we strip the patient, we can begin to further assess.
Take you back just for a second to outside of the ambulance.
Yep.
What, if anything, specifically were you able to observe with reference to any injuries Mr. O'Keefe has sustained?
Injuries are pretty tough to see outside of the ambulance just due to the weather, due to the lighting. We have seen lighting on the ambulance as well, but
Nothing.
Let me ask you,
Yeah.
as far as what, if any, difference did you know between the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus when you were with Mr. O'Keefe on the ground?
So he was still out in the weather at that point, so bleeding wasn't really obvious at that point. As soon as we get him into the back of the ambulance, then we start noticing hemorrhage from different areas of his body.
And
Hemorrhage.
when you say hemorrhage from different areas, which areas specifically?
So mostly from his mouth, his eyes, nose. Yeah.
Whoever's on that mic writing, I think it's a judge.
Just to be clear for the record, when you use the term hemorrhage based on your training experience, what do you understand that?
Bleeding, external bleeding.
Now, you mentioned that there was some suctioning of Mr. O'Keefe's airway, is that correct?
Correct.
And
there any
what, if
blood?
anything, specifically was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
Suctioning from the airway was mostly blood, sputum.
And as far as how much, what if anything you have to sort of measure how much blood was suctioned out of Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So we have a canister that has marks of milliliters, so we can determine as we're suctioning how much is in that container at different times.
And about how much, based on that, was suctioned from Mr. O'Keefe's airway?
So the initial suctioning with the rigid tip was about 150 milliliters. And subsequently, so that would have been above the airway in the mouth in that type of area. We established the intubation, and then deep suctioning with that soft tip through the intubation tube would have been another 50 milliliters of fluid.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned some observations of Mr. O'Keefe's back, correct?
What's that? Sorry.
You mentioned some observations you made earlier in reference to Mr. O'Keefe's back.
Yes.
And what were those again?
So that would have been redness of the skin of the posterior of the body.
What, if any, significance does that have to you as far as your observation?
So redness from the skin, if it's general or across the body, can mean certain things. If it's just a particular area, and due to the fact that it was cold outside, that would have been the initial stages of frostbite or exposure to cold.
And as far as the remainder of Mr. O'Keefe's body, what, if any, other observations did you make in which areas?
He's trying to get him to say the face and head.
Initial state.
So For as far as the cold exposure, yeah, cold exposure, we're looking at the most exterior parts. Extreme cold exposure can lead to frostnip and frostbite in different areas. The first affected areas are going to be your fingers, your ears, your nose, your toes, that type of. So that was a cold, waxy, pale, stark white substance, basically, or condition of the skin.
And on each of those areas that you just described?
Yes.
Now, sort of up in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's head, you mentioned some bleeding from the eyes and the nose, correct?
Yes.
As well as his mouth.
Yes.
And beyond that, what, if any, observations did you make of any other sort of injuries to his head or his face?
Leading. He's not offering it.
So
Infection.
his eyes were pretty well swollen. We were trying to clear areas of blood to figure out if there were any contusions around the head. I believe there was a contusion on his forehead. Also had some markings on his extremities as well.
And just as far as your understanding, based on your training experience, when you use the word contusion, what do you understand that?
Bruising.
And before we get to the extremities, what, if any, observations did you make as far as Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen?
Abdomen we noted as significant as distension or swelling of the belly.
And what, if any, significance did that have to you in regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
It's another of our detailed assessments. We go through the body in a more detailed way to try and find more clues that we can pass on for the assessment. Distension in the belly could be due to trauma or bloating. It could be, those are usually our biggest triggers for distension.
Now, you mentioned as far as the
He'd been
extremities,
beaten
what, if
to
anything,
death
did
and
you
it ruptured
observe
his
as far as
spleen,
injuries to
maybe,
Mr. O'Keefe's?
or hit
So
by
we're
a
looking
car,
at,
ruptured his
so we
spleen.
had the cold, rigid fingers, hands, feet, then we had multiple dry blood lacerations to the right arm.
Recall specifically where on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Would have been his upper arm.
And you mentioned dry blood, is that correct?
Yes.
So these were not actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
Now, as far as being dry blood versus actively bleeding, what, if anything, does that indicate to you as far as sort of timing?
So we had active bleeding from other areas in the body. So the fact that it had already stopped and clotted, I would assume that would have been
Prior.
several hours before the incident that led him to be there, but I would guess earlier in the evening.
That's plausible to a fight.
Now, as far as the history is concerned, your attempts on scene, and then what, if any, attempts were made subsequent when you were in the ambulance to obtain any sort of history of how Mr. O'Keefe came there, or what, if any, and causing injuries you observed?
I'll be right back. Mods.
Once we get the patient into the ambulance, there was no family, no bystanders in the back of the ambulance, so then it's going to be solely based on physical assessment.
And within sort of the team of firefighters that you had, who, if anyone, did you direct to try and obtain that information while you were in the back?
So that would have been Katie McLaughlin.
And what did you ask Mrs. McLaughlin?
So Katie was one of our senior paramedics at the time. So we had enough skilled hands working on the patient at that time. So to direct her, I wasn't able to get as much information and still had a skill to do, or still had a task to do, to run the cardiac arrest. So I directed Miss Reed over to Katie to try and gather more information as to why they were there. If you could get any more information about who he was, events leading to the injury, how long he was down for, any type of information, and then moved on to the patient at that point.
And so Firefighter McLaughlin is having this conversation outside of the ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
This is going on while you're inside of the ambulance actively treating Mr. O'Keefe.
It was a very quick process. So I start the conversation, wasn't productive, wasn't moving forward, moved her over to Firefighter McLaughlin, continued on to the patient, and then started treatment, moved the patient in, and then Katie came into the back of the ambulance to help. So it was a very quick process.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were concerned, what, if any, observations further did you make as far as Mr. O'Keefe's eyes?
So both eyes were swollen and bleeding.
What, if any, observations were you able to make of his pupils?
I'm sorry, what?
Pupils?
Pupils. So I've documented as 4 millimeters and non-reactive.
What, if any, significance is those observations as far as the 4 millimeters non-reactive?
So we're looking for equality between the two. So signs of bleeding can be demonstrated by unequal pupils, or if they were restricted, could lead us to believe it was as a result of an opioid interaction. But we're looking at whether they react to light as well. If there's brain activity, if there's still something causing the body to react, you'll have some type of pupillary response. So we shine light, there was no response, so it was fixed and at 4 millimeters.
Wide open.
Now, at some point, you leave the scene en route to Good Samaritan, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who is continuing treatment of Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance during transport?
So back of the ambulance and transport would have been Firefighter Kelly, Firefighter Nuttall, and myself.
And
So they
who, if
had all
anyone, was
three
driving
working
the
on them.
ambulance between Fairview and Good Samaritan?
So that'll be determined by basically just positioning on the engine. So the step driver for that position would then drive as the detailed person over to the ambulance, and that was Firefighter McLaughlin.
Now, during the transport from Fairview to Good Samaritan, what, if anything, are you and the other firefighters in the back of the ambulance doing as far as continuing treatment of Mr. O'Keefe?
So we started transport at 6:27. So between 6:27 and 6:45, treatments included epinephrine, additional suctioning, managing the airway, placing another intraosseous line, and then 3 additional rounds of epinephrine while the mechanical CPR is continuing CPR.
And
What's
during the course
enforcing
of
of
the
the fluid?
transport, what, if any, changes in Mr. O'Keefe's status as far as the cardiac arrest or the breathing occurred during the transport?
No changes.
Now, that time that it took to get from Fairview to Good Samaritan, is that sort of a typical transport time?
Not normally. Due to the weather, it was pretty slow driving. Even though the ambulance was a smaller vehicle than the engine, slow transport compared to normal.
And during the course of the transport, what, if any, communication are you having with Good Samaritan in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his eventual arrival there?
Every medical that goes on, we try to give the hospital staff a heads up, basically, of what's coming in. We'll have different alerts that we would give them, whether it's a cardiac arrest, a stroke, a STEMI, to have the certain appropriate teams come in and be ready, whether it's a trauma alert. There's different specialties within the hospital that'll treat those different particular cases. So we call them 5 to 10 minutes prior to give that team time to get down into the emergency room to get ready to work.
When you arrived at Good Samaritan, with anyone were you met by, and sort of what happened with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
So we're continuing interventions from the ambulance through the bay into their code room. We're then met by registration, a registered nurse, and the doctor that took care of the patient, as well as a team of other assistants and CNAs.
And where do you physically go with Mr. O'Keefe, or how does that work?
Yep, so that's referred to as a transfer of care. So there's different people, like I said, it's a team base where different people are in charge of different things. You'll have the nurse in charge that's in charge of documenting our interventions that have been done so far, time of down, the patient was down, and then she starts documenting all the different interventions that were done by the hospital staff as well. You also give a report to the doctor, who's then taking over as lead for the cardiac arrest. They're going to start issuing orders for the patient in treatment. And then you have registration that will get the information to register the patient that they can tie all of their interventions to.
And during that sort of process of exchange of information and things of that nature, what, if anything, did you learn in regard to the sort of core body temperature of Mr. O'Keefe?
So to add that assessment, I believe it was a core body temperature of 80 degrees.
Ooh,
What, if any, significance does that have in regard to sort of the typical core body
very
temperature?
cold.
Typical core body temperature is going to be in the high 90s, where body temperature being at 80 with a rectal temp or core temp is going to be extreme hypothermia.
Now, you're at Good Samaritan for a certain amount of time, correct, before you cleared?
Correct.
And at that point in time, while you were at Good Samaritan, that initial time, what, if anything, did you learn as far as Mr. O'Keefe's status or what had happened?
So as we talked about before with the hypothermia and the extreme cold, they're going to work that for an extended period of time. Most cardiac arrests, I will try and hang out by the patient or in the area. As new staff come through, different things are found. The doctors and nurses might have follow-up questions. So I try to stay available as an asset that they can bounce those questions off, at least for 10 or 15 minutes afterwards, to make sure the whole process is completely transferred from all the interested parties.
And during that course of time, what, if anything, did you learn as sort of the eventual status of Mr. O'Keefe?
We didn't learn anything while we were at the hospital. We then cleared the hospital, returned back to quarters to decon the ambulance and to replenish all the equipment that we had used, get back in service, and move on with the shift.
At some point during the course of the shift, did you have occasion to go back to Good Samaritan?
Me personally, no. It would have been for an additional medical call if there was any calls for service afterwards.
Did you recall whether or not you went back to Good Samaritan for any additional medical calls or anything of that nature?
I don't recall.
I.e. Karen Reed. Thank you guys so much for joining. I appreciate you so much. I know I'm being quiet. Just let y'all hear the testimony.
So if I could direct your attention to the screen just over there.
Oh boy.
Ms. Gilman, if I could please have exhibit number 9.
How do you like my ticker running across the bottom of the screen? I like it better. It doesn't block anything. In fact, I think it's running
So
almost.
direct your attention to what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9 up on the screen. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, that's the house.
The house.
Is that the house that you responded to? Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you know there was a police officer, first responder?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. Again, sir, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what that is?
I see blood, snow,
Footprint.
general area, not sure.
Almost looks like a shoe turned upside
And
down.
lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. And again, Firefighter Flemati, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen as exhibit number 18?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness room?
Yes.
Very much.
So, sir, I'm going to hand you a laser pointer. Basically, just press on this button here and move this direction on the screen. So, Firefighter Flemati, within this photograph up on the screen as Exhibit 18, do you see the area in which you observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the ground when you first arrived?
Yes.
And using that laser pointer, could you direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed Mr. O'Keefe when you initially arrived?
I think it's that
Initially
judge's
arrived
mic
would
that
have
she's
been
fidgeting,
in this area.
driving me nuts.
Thank you. And just 1 moment, Your Honor.
Yes. If you could turn, thank you.
Nothing further for this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hmm.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to start sort of at the beginning. When you first arrived
Yes.
at the location, you indicated that you could in fact see the body from your perspective, correct?
I could see a body, yes.
And I think you indicated the shape of the body.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell if it was female or male,
No,
but obviously looked like a human figure.
yes,
Okay. That drew your attention to the left side of the ambulance as you were approaching, correct?
yes,
And you're sitting on the right side, which means you're sort of the furthest away from that figure from the perspective of the ambulance.
and the ambulance, yes.
And you had no problem making out that figure in the snow.
So figure in the snow, we had a good distance between the ambulance and the engine, so yes.
Okay. And you
So it
indicated
was
that the figure in the
visible
snow
for more than a
was
foot.
on top of the snow, if you will, with some snow accumulating up the body of the individual.
Yes.
But he was not covered in snow.
No.
There wasn't like a mound of snow over this figure.
There were mounds of snow in the area, but not over the patient. Due to the wind, there were snow drifts in the area.
And his clothes were dark as compared to the white snow.
Yes.
I want to ask you a couple of quick questions about some of the last conversation we had with Mr. Lowry about the injuries. You did note that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration
Come on,
over
hit
his
the
right eye,
clothing.
correct?
No, over his right eye,
Over his right eye.
there's a contusion over the eye,
Okay, and your definition of a contusion is,
bruising.
was it also swollen?
There was swelling around the eyes and a little bit of contusion and bruising around.
Did you see an actively bleeding laceration over his right eye?
I don't recall.
You don't remember that?
Gosh,
What about
Judge.
his left eye?
Both eyes were pretty well
she's
swollen
writing.
shut.
What about not from the nostrils, but on the skin on the nose? Did you note a laceration or multiple lacerations on the nose?
So due to the bleeding that was coming from the orifices, trying to clean the area and find exactly where it's from is sometimes difficult. So we can just say it was bleeding in that area.
Okay, so you can't define, as you sit here, you don't remember if it was bleeding from the nostril or from a laceration on the nose?
I believe it was the nostrils.
Okay. Are you,
Indication of a fight.
are you saying that there was no laceration on the skin of the nose, or you just don't recall
On the top of the nose, no, I don't know.
it? I'm sorry,
On the top of the nose, I don't recall.
you don't recall. Okay. With regard to his abdomen, you indicated that it was distended.
Yes.
Medical term for swollen.
Yep.
You said that could be from trauma or it could be just bloating, correct?
Correct.
Did you notice any contusions on his abdomen?
No,
Any skin that was abraded
no,
or cut?
no.
So there was no bruising, no contusion, but there was a distension, correct?
Yes.
So there was no visible trauma to the abdomen.
Visible trauma doesn't really matter to internal trauma. It's not always indicative one way or the other.
So my question was, did you see any visible trauma on his abdomen?
No.
Okay. But you did note that it was bloated.
That it was distended, yeah.
Okay.
That could also be air, too much air getting into the
I want
stomach.
to talk to you
That
for a
happens
second
after-
about, if I could shift
Some
gears,
people
about the conversation that
they are,
you indicated to
or-
Mr. Lowry that you had with Ms. Reed.
starts to
Um,
bloat.
You were also asked
And
about
someone
that
dies.
conversation at the grand jury when you testified, correct?
Correct.
Gases.
You
start
testified that
building.
as the lead paramedic, you were specifically trying to get as much information from my client, Ms. Reed, as you possibly could concerning the victim and how the victim ended up being there, correct?
Correct.
I really
You
believe that's the
indicated-
judge's noise in
In
the,
no particular order, that you asked questions like, how do you know him, correct?
Correct.
How did he get here?
Correct.
What happened?
Correct.
Is there any additional information you can give me about what happened to this person?
Correct.
Okay, so that was a conversation that you were personally engaged in with my client in order to gather as much data, if you will, about what you were dealing with, correct?
Correct.
But your focus was, when you first arrived, your focus is, I need to attend to the patient, correct?
Correct.
like conversations notwithstanding, I need to deal with what's in front of me, which is an unconscious man in the snow,
Correct.
dressed inappropriately
Correct.
and possibly freezing to death.
Correct.
You got it in.
But you did say that you had enough of a conversation with Ms. Reed that she answered you and said something to the effect of, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him.
Correct.
So then you followed up on that conversation, correct?
As much as I could, yes.
But in fact, you said that you asked her additional elaborating questions.
Correct.
Well, did you hit him in the face? Or did you kick him? Or did you hit him with your hand? Okay. So that's a conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed face to face.
Correct.
You're talking to her, you're looking her in the eyes, she's looking you in the eyes, you're standing still, and you're attempting as best you can to converse with this woman so that you can gather as much information as you possibly can as you attend to the victim.
Correct.
You indicated that that conversation lasted long enough that the conversation was frustrated by the fact that you weren't getting information that was helpful to you. So you turned that conversation over to Katie McLaughlin.
Objection? Sustained. Ask it a different way.
Sure. Did you have, was your conversation in some way in your mind, and when I use the word frustrated, I mean, it was just, you weren't getting the information that you were seeking, correct?
It wasn't productive.
Okay, better way to put it, I'll use your word. That conversation was unproductive enough that you then moved the conversation over to Ms. McLaughlin, correct?
Correct.
Firefighter McLaughlin. And once Firefighter McLaughlin engaged Ms. Reed, you then began to attend to the patient again.
So the patient was already being treated by the other personnel on scene.
Okay.
I started the conversation, realized it wasn't going anywhere. I had other responsibilities. So regardless of how they ended there, they still needed treatment
Of course.
and transport. So that began my priority and moved her over to try and get as much information while treatment was being done.
What part of the treatment were you responsible for?
All of it.
Sorry, that's a great answer to a very vague question.
Yep.
What physically were you doing with Mr. O'Keefe?
In which particular moment?
When you first arrived and attended to him and physically touched him, in other words, were you the airway person? Were you the cardiac person? Were you doing chest compressions? Were you squeezing the bag?
I would have been doing chest compressions initially until I could delegate that task to somebody else.
Okay. And chest compressions, I'm going to butcher this because I've never been trained other than my little toddler. They look a little like what I'm doing now, correct?
Correct.
And I indicated one palm over my hand, arms extended, and you can see my shoulders moving up and down in a rhythmic fashion, correct? So if I didn't get an answer, correct?
Yes.
I'll wait till then. What were you wearing?
What are they wearing? My uniform.
Didn't expect that one, did you?
That was a different one. Heavy winter coat.
Okay.
The uniform.
Do paramedics wear sometimes bright yellow for safety?
Yes.
Were you wearing a bright yellow heavy winter coat?
I don't recall. I have a few different coats.
Got it. Do you remember what Miss McLaughlin was wearing?
I don't.
Okay.
Why is that important? Where are you going with this? Come on, keep going.
That conversation that you had with
Dang it,
Miss
drop.
Reed at the scene, that had to have lasted, I'm not guessing it was very long, but it had to have lasted a minute
At most, yeah.
at most. Once you finished your conversation with Ms. Reed, did you then start attending specifically to the chest compressions and the high-level CPR that we've heard so much about from your colleague?
Yes.
As you're doing the CPR on the scene, that high-level CPR, high-quality CPR, was Mr. O'Keefe then moved to the scoop, which would then facilitate getting him on a gurney.
Correct.
That gurney was then moved between a couple of
The
patrol
scoop is
cars,
the same thing as the
cruisers,
backboard.
and into the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Once you were in the ambulance, the first priority is to get this person warm. Is that right?
First priority is always going to be CPR. The secondary would be getting them warmed up.
Okay. So obviously, when you got into the ambulance, you shut the doors.
Correct.
There's a heater on in the ambulance.
Yes.
You never came back out of that ambulance after you got Mr. O'Keefe into the ambulance, did you?
No.
Okay. And you were in there with firefighter Nuttall at the time?
Nuttall and Kelly.
And firefighter McLaughlin was outside the ambulance doing whatever she was doing.
Correct.
Okay.
Initially, and then she came in afterwards to
Obviously.
assist. Yeah.
And did I hear you correctly, when firefighter McLaughlin got in the ambulance, she took over the driving responsibilities?
So there's two different compartments. They're not connected. There's a little window between the two areas. So she assisted with interventions in the back. And then after we had established everything we needed to on scene to begin transport, she then got out and then started driving.
Got it. Thank you. I'd like to play, but first I'd like to have marked, I think it's already been marked, Exhibit 379. It's a video, a snippet of a video. It's probably 3 minutes long. It's not that long. I'd like to play that portion of the video for you. And when it's done, Firefighter Nuttall, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong notes. Firefighter Flemati, which is not that easy to say.
Did a great job.
I'm going to ask you to show me exactly where on the video, if you can, that you had this conversation
For the laser pointer?
with my client. Yes, you can use the laser pointer as you wish. This is just to orient you, if I may, Your Honor. The top, let me see if I can do this. There we go. The top is a dash cam from one cruiser.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
Nap it. I don't know what's going on here. Don't know what's going on. Okay, guys. This is a little wake me up music. Comment. What do y'all think? I like the prosecution a whole lot more this morning. I feel like he was a little more on target this morning. I feel that maybe he got the assignment today. I'm surprised that they are not talking about, I'm going to go ahead and do this, that they're not talking about the clothing a little more, because you have one EMS person said he was perfectly dressed for the weather. He had a down jacket. He had this, he had that. And then you have another witness who is another first responder who's saying, nope, was ill prepared for the weather.
For this, until we pause it, I'm going to ask you to focus your attention on the top dash cam video. I'll go ahead and play that.
So he won the argument. I'm going to get me off.
Actually, I need to see counsel at sidebar.
Again, Your Honor. I'm going to do a little something softer. Your Honor. But Your Honor. I wonder what's going on. My hair is sticking to the mic. Y'all, I slept with one of those noodles in my head, and it's supposed to curl your hair. My hair is very hard to curl. It doesn't hold. I'm loving it. I am absolutely, it's the first time I've used it. I'm not used to having all these curls, y'all. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm being funny. Let me look at comments real quick. You think everyone except you and the judge are a little hard to hear? Possibly, yeah. The judge is getting on my nerves. Well, she's doing her job. Actually, speaking of the judge, I'm going to give this judge an A. She controls the courtroom like she's supposed to. It's objection. She sustains it, or she knows what they're probably objecting about. She's running a tight ship here. She's keeping it moving. I really do appreciate her, especially after the George Kelly trial. That was whew. Yeah, the prosecution took 4 weeks on one trial. The defense took a day and a half. I mean, it was insane. Although, I did appreciate the way that judge educated the jury on a lot of information. I saw her do the same, so that was good. But the thing with this trial is that, you know, there's no talking objections, which is fabulous. It's objection, she'll sustain or overrule. Now, it does help the defense in one way, because when they object, if they say objection hearsay when it should have been objection, oh God, what am I looking for? I lost the word. In other words, he may have said objection leading, and it may have been objection hearsay. And if she does not sustain that objection, or if it's wrong,
Folks, we'll take a
when they-
15-minute recess.
okay, so when they say just objection, when they say just objection, then it's up to the judge to figure out what the objection is, and then it's up to the judge to sustain or I can't think of the word, y'all. I'm going cold. I am going cold. Oh, here's a commercial.
You let into your life. Do you really? No? I mean, it's a scary thing to think about. Well, that's why I'm so thrilled to talk to you about the sponsor of this week's Law and Crime Trial stream, truthfinder.com. Honestly, with our content,
I'll leave it up, but I'm not going to let it play. We need to talk. So for me, overruled. Objection or overruled. It leaves it up for her to decide what the objection is and whether it's sustainable or overruled. So when they go for an appeal and say he said objection hearsay and it should have been objection leading, the judge may overrule it because it's not the proper objection. It can hurt you in the appeal. So with this kind of judge, it's kind of good. Just say objection. And then if the judge is you don't think she's understanding your objection, then you can ask for a sidebar and go up and explain it. It's very neat, tidy, and clean. And I'm liking it a lot. It, to me, allows more of a flow of testimony. It's not stop and start. It's a very clean run courtroom. So yay, we're doing good. That's awesome. This witness, I love the fact that he referred to his notes. He's very detail oriented. I appreciate that. And as someone who's been a first responder, I enjoy hearing all what all they did. The IO, where they put the drill into the thigh bone and femur and start pumping fluids into the bone marrow part of the bone, is brutally painful, y'all. And when they do it and you're unconscious, they don't numb it. They just go for it. Well, I guess y'all see my little dog walking around here. Come here. Good girl. You may or may not know, you can't see her. I'm not on full window. But Sensei's my hearing dog. I am deaf without my hearing aids, for those who don't know. So she alerts me to the doorbell and all kinds of things. Sensei, come, place. Had her about 1.5 years. She came from a trained organization. Why are they playing the video? We're back. That was not a 15-minute break, Your Honor. Oh, I don't know if they know that they're playing it. Oh, look up here. Here's the women walking around up top. This is the ambulance arriving on scene. The women from the car still walking. They're not doing CPR. Karen Reed is standing there with no hood on. She is not doing CPR. They're not doing CPR. Everyone's just standing around. Who's doing CPR? You said when you showed up, someone was attempting CPR, getting up and down, walking away. Right now, nobody is attempting anything. Uh-oh, I don't think we were supposed to see that, but that's okay. I enjoy the little sneak peeks. So, let me go back to my comments. Yeah, that's probably what they were doing. Good point. But I can't believe they let us see it. I may need to go get me more coffee, y'all. I didn't get breakfast this morning. I normally don't eat a lot in the mornings. Y'all, that happens. That happens. I came up on a scene and it was a woman I knew, and her husband was walking on a track, and he had the widowmaker's heart attack and just took one step here, one step in heaven, instantaneous death. And when she showed up on scene, she was just like Karen Reed, pacing back and forth, going and looking at us trying to save him, and then going back. And it was one of those. I mean, that happens a lot on a lot of scenes. The family members and loved ones will pace like that if they do, if they don't have an officer standing with them and kind of keeping them back and consoling them and telling them what's going on. And that's one thing I do as an emergency service chaplain now. Is that when I'm on a scene like that and I'm not actively engaged in the CPR process anymore or at all, I stand with the victim. I keep them far enough away that they can do their job. I'm explaining what they're doing. I'm talking to them, trying to find out the information that the EMS and everybody needs, like what happened, who was it, what was going on, all that kind of stuff. So, um, I'm a part of that process at that point. Most stations don't have that kind of chaplain. We are a volunteer organization. We're affiliated with a lot of rural volunteer fire departments. But that panic pacing, her behavior is very normal for somebody who really loves somebody. It is very normal. I would find it more abnormal if she was not responding. I mean, I've seen them stand there in shock, but at some point they respond. They ask questions. They want to know what's going on, instead of just standing there, just nothing. My humble opinion, my personal experience. Everybody experiences things differently. Everybody reacts differently to seeing their beloved, loved one, whomever it may be, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, mother, father, friend, whatever, boyfriend, girlfriend, in the condition that he was in. However, I noted that there's another person on scene who doesn't seem to be very bothered by what's happening. When I watch the videos, why is she not consoling Karen Reed? Nobody's consoling her. Nobody's trying to, hey, it's okay. Stand still. We got to be here. We got to, look at me. It's going to be okay. They're working on him. Let's pray, whatever. That's not happening. And that is unusual. Usually if they have friends with them, the friends are trying to calm them down. They're trying to console. No, it's not. And, I can see where she may have dropped him off and maybe backed up or drove off and thought maybe she hit him. In that weather, as bad as it was, I could see where that could have been a possibility of where her brain went. Definitely. But there's so much more that, once again, you don't investigate just that one person. I mean, I can't believe they didn't at least go in the home and sit and talk with the homeowners. I can't believe. I mean, I've been on scenes where things have happened in people's yard. We had a homeless man deceased in somebody's front yard one winter. He was walking and killed over with a heart attack and died, and He was found hours later, and it was at the edge of someone's front yard. And myself and one of the deputies went over to the house, and we knocked on the door and said, "Are you aware that this gentleman has passed?" And they were like, "No, what are you talking about? We've been asleep." And and then they left somebody with the homeowner. I mean, there was a police officer or deputy, whatever you want to call him, was left with the homeowner. And come here, Sensei. Come on. Down. Good girl. And so that perplexes me. Why would you not have gone and knocked on the door and informed the homeowner while life-saving measures are going on? And why would you allow Jennifer to leave where the body was and go into the house? Now, when she went into the house, you don't think she didn't tell them what was going on? Do you think she just and how did she have free reign of the house? She went in and got blankets. So what was in one of the testimonies earlier? Why would they had at least 4 or 5 deputies on scene? Why would anybody just allow her to walk into the house? And I mean, I understand that's her sister-in-law and sister and brother-in-law's house. But you don't let people do that who are witnesses to what's happening. So there is no control of this scene at all. And I do not believe by any means that this woman could walk into that house, get something, and leave for the amount of time she was gone and did not say something to the homeowners. I bet you $1 she ran upstairs and said, "Hey, guess what? John O'Keefe is dead in your front yard. They're doing CPR on him. Get your butt up and get out of here." I mean, if that was me and I did go into the house, I would have to do that. And she could have just walked away from the scene. Good point. She could have just gotten up. Oh, hi, Sensei. She could have just gotten up and walked away from the scene. I remember about a week ago, an ambulance once came into a neighbor's house, and I went out just to see which house they were going to. Yeah. Now, mind you, they are in a blizzard. I can see them not coming outside unless they were super close with the person involved. I can see them maybe staring out the window for a long time and just watching the scene. I don't doubt that happened. And I would get a hold of all the neighbors and I would call them to testify. Did you or did you not go to this, look out your window? Did you or did you not watch? What did you see? You're a good girl. And well, see, exactly. Um, Somebody loaned a snowblower after the victim was removed. Why on God's green earth are you going to snowblow evidence? If there's evidence, I would think you would get a shovel, pick it up, sift the snow off with a glove, pick up whatever evidence is and put it in the evidence bag. Why would you put a snowblower in the scene of a crime? You're blowing whatever evidence all over Kingdom Come. And I think that's where the prosecution may go, that's why the tail light was scattered, is because they used a snowblower or a leaf blower or some kind of blower. And I'm like, that's stupidity in and of itself. I do have a lot of questions because nobody's mentioning anything about seeing any broken taillight or anything. Now, if you look in the photos they were showing, it looks like a shoe print upside down, like the sole of a shoe is facing up in the pictures. All the other snow is melted. You see the footprints in the snow, but you can't see the grass. But what looks like to be an upside down turned shoe, the sole is dark and showing. Let me see if I can scroll that back to show you what I mean. I find it interesting that was, let me see if I can find it. Okay.
For this witness at this time, though.
Right, cross-examination.
Number
Here we go.
9 up on the screen, you recognize what's in that photograph?
Oh, darn it. Tried to, right there. Let's get it to go back. Let it catch up. Come on. Sorry, guys. Technology. What minute is this at? 39:13. So let me come all the way up and let it catch up. Come on. Give me a play. I'll let it catch up. But it did look like to me a tennis shoe turned upside down in the snow. I'm surprised that someone has not caught up with that. I'm refreshing this, guys. There we go. So,
Do you see the area in which you observed Mr. O'Keefe's spine on the ground when you first arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And using that laser pointer, could you direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observed Mr. O'Keefe when you initially arrived?
Initially arrived.
I think that's the judge
in
writing.
this area here.
Okay. And just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
that
turn-
picture
thank you.
back just a little more.
And if I could have this
Right
number
there.
8.
Do you not see that? Does that not look like the heel of the shoe, the ball and the toe of the shoe? This looks like debris. All right. The shoe is right there where the body is. Does that not look like a shoe? Comment. Let me know what you think. But to me, that looks like an upside down shoe. Okay, we'll go back all the way up and wait for the court to come back. That is in my humble opinion. And I'm going to get t-shirts made with that, y'all. In my humble opinion, ... This keeps snagging on my sleeve. So, if I was the defendant's lawyer, I would be hammering. Doesn't that look like a shoe? Because they said they found the shoe later. Doesn't that look like the shoe right there next to the body? And by the way, somebody said that I was talking about the shoe the other day. I have seen people hit. I actually witnessed one. And one shoe came off, not both. One shoe came off. Sometimes it's because the other one's tied tighter, maybe the direction of the hit, how they're hit. It's not uncommon to lose a shoe or both shoes when hit by a vehicle. So if we're going with the vehicle hit scenario, there could be internal injuries, but there would be on the skin a bruising starting to show where the impact was. It may not show up immediately because of the cold, but it would definitely show up on autopsy. And then when someone deceases, their body automatically, possibly, it's probable. It's possible. Not for sure, but to me, it just caught my eye that it looks more like a shoe more than a shoe print. It looks more on top of the surface and not below the surface. If you look at the snow looks like it's more built up to the shoe, not that is a depression in the snow. That's where I'm getting at. But the thing about the body gases builds up in the abdomen as one is deceased. That is not uncommon, especially if he's found on back. If he's laying sublime on back facing up, gases do immediately start to build up. So that is not uncommon. I was on a scene where a guy drove a Jeep into the back of an 18-wheeler and the girl next to him was killed. He actually picked her up for paid favors. and accidentally he was on the phone and at 85 miles an hour rear-ended a 18-wheeler who was in the left lane with his emergencies on going slower, and the guy didn't see it, and she passed away. And I arrived on scene, and a bystander was attempting CPR, and when I got there, I could already tell the stomach was distended. Of course, we continued CPR until EMS got there and they called it, but it only been a minute or two and her stomach started to distend, which is a very normal physiological thing that I've experienced. Now, I'm no way an MD, I'm no way a medical examiner. I'm speaking as my own personal experiences as a volunteer firefighter, first responder, and chaplain. So please understand this is just my humble opinion. But I have seen that happen. And so for them to kind of say that if he wasn't hit by a car, that wouldn't happen. It definitely would. And if you have a fight and you break your nose, a lot of time you swallow a lot of blood when you break your nose. If he was in a fight and his nose was bleeding this way, he's also bleeding in. And a lot of people will swallow a lot of that, especially when you're in a position that you're unconscious, laying on your back and your nose is still bleeding. It's going to bleed down and into the stomach. And the amount that they said that he had was a total of a 150 plus 50 mLs. That's not all that much. But, that's where I see, as far as how could the blood have gotten into his stomach? Well, if he had a nose injury and your nose is a bleeder, I mean, your head and your nose bleed a lot. Everybody who's had a nosebleed knows that. So with that, I could very well see a lot of blood being in his airway because he's leaning back. His nose is still bleeding. I mean, his nose on the inside is not exposed to the outside, so it's not going to coagulate as quickly as if he had a cut on the arm and is exposed to that cold weather. That would pretty much freeze it up real quick. By the way, I'm Ada K. Brown. I am your alternate juror. Thank you so much for joining us. I am very humbled by you being here. Please comment, like, and subscribe. I am building my YouTube channel. I've only been doing this. This is my 6th week of doing trials and doing all of this fabulous stuff. I have been so blessed already. I need 3 subscribers to hit 200. Please be a part of that journey for me. I would greatly appreciate it. So in the meantime, if y'all need to take a potty break, do so quickly. Come back. We are probably about 5 minutes away from the break. I'm going to get this back into. Why is it not doing it? Get back. Trying to get it back into where it needs to be. There we go. There we go, y'all. I have to play with this for a minute. I am still learning how to do all this. I will tell you that Recovery Addict has been fabulous. He's been a great person. I have been so blessed by him. And I look forward to getting to know him better and us being on a great journey as partners in crime in this kind of field. He's an awesome guy. I have no offense if people watch both of us. Really appreciate him. I don't know if he's covering this today. He was covering another trial. I thought it was interesting. One of the defendants in that trial was representing himself. Did not bode well for him. I will tell you that. Y'all get a lawyer. I'm going to run this for a moment. I love my new banners. I really, really love my banners. Figured out how to do that versus that big band blocking your view. So I'm going to take a quick break while we are waiting. I shall return, y'all.
Why doesn't counsel come to side while the jurors are coming in? Sure. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Firefighter from Flemati, I want to draw your attention to the top video, and I may pause it and ask you a couple of questions. Let's go. Pause. Did you see a person run into the screen?
Yes.
Run into the frame, rather, from screen left?
Yes.
Who's that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. And pause. I want to draw your attention to the left side of the top video. Did you see somebody wearing a bright yellow jacket?
If you could rewind it, I'd look at that
Why
area.
don't I play it forward?
Okay.
And see if you see that.
Yes.
Pause. And do you recognize that person?
I see a yellow jacket. I can't tell you who it is.
Okay. Based on your memory, have you seen this before, by the way?
No.
Okay. Based on your memory, is that the approximate position that Mr. O'Keefe was in when you or your colleagues made contact?
Approximately, I'd say a little bit more to the left. That would be, I guess.
Okay. Go ahead and play.
A little nippy in here.
Pause.
Watching snow makes it
Person
colder.
enter from screen left into the frame.
It looks like a different person, yes.
That person right there. Looks like a long-haired female?
Yeah.
Does that appear to be my client?
From this angle, I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead and play it. Pause. You see a person wearing yellow right there on the left side of the screen?
These people are here.
If you're
not
telling me
even
that's a person, sure,
consuming her,
yes.
They're just
No,
standing
he's not telling you. So ask the question If you don't see it, you don't see it. If you do, you do.
I can't tell what that shape is.
Okay, can you take a look, keep your eyes focused on that and tell me if you see that figure doing anything? Go ahead.
Yes, chest compressions.
Awesome. Okay, do you recognize that figure now?
I can't recognize the figure, but it looks like an up and down rhythmic motion
Okay.
that would indicate CPR.
Would that be you?
I couldn't tell you. Is the time accurate? Or 6:13?
I'm just asking you what you recognize on the video.
I couldn't tell you if that was myself or not.
Was there somebody else doing CPR?
Multiple people rotate through CPR, so yes.
Who's responsible for doing the chest compressions?
Whoever's closest to that area, we're all trained for that skill.
Okay, I'm asking in this particular case.
Yes.
I know everybody's trained.
Mhm.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were the one doing the chest compressions?
I said I was one of them. Yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be you doing the chest compressions?
He doesn't know.
It could be, I'm not sure.
Okay, let's go and play.
Hurry, show it, show it,
Okay,
show
stop
it.
it. Do you see the person basically in the middle of the screen there?
Yes,
Does that appear to be my client? Can you tell?
I can tell.
Yes, it appears to be.
Pause it. You see individuals entering from screen right.
Yes.
What does that appear to be in the yellow jacket?
That build would have been probably, it could have been Firefighter Kelly or it could have been McLaughlin.
Okay, and who's the person trailing the gurney? Right.
I can't tell.
Okay, let's go ahead and play. Go ahead, pause it. The person in the hood just obscured that figure. Did you see that figure standing on the other side of the person?
No.
Go ahead and play. Pause it. The activity that's going on just to the sort of left side of the SUV in the frame, can you describe for the jurors what that activity is?
So that would be lowering the stretcher to get ready to load the patient on.
Okay. And now pause it. Now, this person now appears to be facing the camera. Do you now recognize that person?
I don't.
Go ahead. Pause. Can you focus your attention on that individual in the yellow jacket?
Yes.
What does that person seem to be doing?
CPR.
Which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
It's okay. Chest compressions.
I want to make sure that Nancy can get down what we're both saying. So which part of the CPR?
Chest compressions.
Thank you. Is that you?
I don't know.
Okay. At this point, you have no idea whether or not, you don't remember whether you were the one doing chest compressions when he was moved from the ground to the gurney?
I don't recall.
But you did earlier testify you were doing chest compressions.
I did at some point during this call, yes.
Okay. In the entire length of this video, did you see anybody else trade off from that person doing chest compressions from the time the person was on the ground to the gurney? Or is that the same person?
It could be the same person. I'm not sure.
Okay. Would you say that's probably you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, go ahead.
Jurors disregard that.
A good point. I did not see a trade-off. He's got the staying alive, dun, 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 staying alive. That's the rhythm you do. Bum, bum,
Direct your
bum,
attention
bum,
to this
bum.
person. It appears to be a firefighter in the middle. Do you see that person?
Yes.
Who's that?
Objection, may we?
The objection sustained. I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, he's going to get his hand snapped, y'all. He's going to get his hand snapped. I don't know. That's better for me. So it is not, let me turn it down there. It is not uncommon to switch off on CPR for extended periods of CPR, but I did not see a switch off and I was actually looking for it. So it is most likely him. Oh, by the way, someone just asked on my other social media, protein drink. I can't drink it out of the plastic container because it just smells sour. At least this way it doesn't. Not my favorite thing to drink, but when you're streaming for hours on end, sometimes I find it better than munching. Today is supposed to be a short day. I don't know if they're going to have jury tomorrow because they didn't have it yesterday. So it'll be interesting. No, okay, here we go.
Mayor?
Yes.
Take a look at the person.
Okay,
or the,
one.
The yellow in the middle of the screen.
You're going to get your nose out of the mic.
As a fire jacket, but and build, I would guess it was either Firefighter Kelly or.
So we don't want you to guess.
My best estimation would be Firefighter McLaughlin.
Firefighter McLaughlin?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the
She's a good judge. She's on it.
Recognize the person in the yellow jacket to the right of who you just described as Firefighter McLaughlin?
No.
What is that person doing apparently?
My guess would be,
Not even an estimate. Do you know?
I don't know.
Next question.
She's snappy good.
Okay. Awesome. At that point, did you join your colleagues in placing Mr. in the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, did that appear to be you following the gurney in the yellow jacket over to the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. And who is the lead firefighter? When I say lead, I mean the one to the right, leading the gurney on the front side of the gurney.
I'm not sure.
Okay. One of your colleagues, though.
Yes.
What did you do once you left the frame? Where did you go?
That would have been into the ambulance.
And as you earlier indicated, shut the doors, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never came back out?
No.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the lower video.
Okay.
And we're just going to let that play for a couple of minutes and see if you recognize anything. I'll ask you to pause it in just a second.
Judge. What are you looking for other than the weather?
I'm going to ask you to look up to the top video. You see what appears to be a person wearing yellow to the right?
Yes.
That's arriving.
That's who that is.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay, they're arriving on scene. How in the hell did they not know in the house that this... Excuse me. That this was not going on outside the front yard. Look how the lights are just reflecting off the house like
Look at
crazy.
the lower video. Do you see what appears to be a vehicle in the middle of the screen?
Yes.
What is that?
That is an ambulance.
Does that appear to be the ambulance that you arrived in?
Yes.
And that's the ambulance that you took Mr. O'Keefe to?
Yes.
Doors are closed?
Yes.
Are you in the ambulance at this point?
I'm not sure.
Well, this was, let me just ask it a different way. This was running continuously.
Yeah.
No pauses. You've already taken Mr. O'Keefe to the ambulance. Would you have gotten in the ambulance?
Where are you going?
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, you're not standing outside the ambulance.
So if you know the answer.
I don't know.
Next question.
But no idea whether you're in the ambulance or not at this point.
At this point, no.
Okay. Would you have gone anyplace else when you left the frame?
Could have been to gather equipment, but for certain, I don't know.
Where would Mr. O'Keefe have been?
The ambulance.
In the ambulance? Again, don't know for certain.
Could have been or was in the ambulance?
At this time, I don't know.
Okay. So,
Let it play further. Where are you going with this defense? This is
stop. Okay. Taking a look at both screens, you see the group of people, including the individual with the yellow jacket at the bottom screen,
Yes.
that appear to be the same from a different angle, same group of people, including the person with the yellow jacket on the top screen.
correct.
Yes.
Who was the person that was directed to get the medical history from my client?
McLaughlin?
You believe that's Miss McLaughlin?
No.
You don't think that's her?
I'd have to rewind to know where she went.
Well, let me ask you a couple of other questions. Looking at the bottom screen, you see a police officer?
Yes.
You see a woman with long hair standing next to the police officer? That appeared to be my client.
Yes.
There's an individual with a fire jacket on, right?
Yes.
And she was, Miss McLaughlin was directed to get medical history and interview my client, correct?
Yes.
That appear to be what she's doing right there?
Good morning.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At this point,
My mods are here. I
where do you
love
believe you were now?
I don't remember.
Think you might have been in the ambulance?
I don't
I was
remember.
trying to pin
Testified
down
earlier,
on hearing
and this has
some
been a
evidence.
continuously running video on the top, testified earlier that when you left the screen with that gurney, you got in the ambulance, correct?
We headed that way, yes.
So firefighter Flemati,
He's
not a trick
impeaching him.
question. Where did you go when you left the screen?
It would have been to either gather equipment or to put the patient in the ambulance.
All right, y'all, we
Okay.
got to hold here.
When did
I see
the-
what's going on.
What equipment did you need to gather?
It would have been anything.
Okay, I see what's going on. He stated multiple times with the prosecution, he went in the ambulance and he stayed. When they took the body in, he went in and stayed. And then he said earlier with this defense, I went into the ambulance. He goes, did you stay with the victim? Yes. Now he's saying, well, I could have been gathering equipment. He's flipping. This is why he's honing in on him. Because if you can impeach a witness on one fact, then the jury can decide whether or not that evidence and this given by this witness holds weight or not. So he's actually impeaching
Thing
him.
that was left by the patient's side, whether it was a first-in bag, airway bag, any other equipment.
But he
Yes,
said he
doing
stayed
chest
in
compressions.
the
I
ambulance.
didn't state that.
You didn't say that?
I said I did chest compressions at some point. I didn't say I did them continuously throughout the call.
So you just put John O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and went to look for some equipment?
Not what I said.
Yeah, it is what you said. And he did state earlier that the moment he arrived on scene, he went in and started the chest compression. Now, he may have traded off, which is very plausible. But if I have my times right, and I wrote it down, that 15, okay, so when they arrived on scene, the epinephrine was given at 6:20, 6:25, 6:30, 35, 40, and 45. They arrived at the hospital at 45. So they did not do chest compression on the outside in the elements for more than a few minutes. As long as it took for them to gather the gurney, the backboard, or what they call the scoop, and get him in, because they had to get him into a warmer ambulance, he said. And then he said he stayed. Hi, nice to see you again, Rain at 7. And then it said, I stayed with him in the ambulance the whole time. I stayed. I didn't exit. That's what he said. He's getting.
So chest compressions were done continually throughout, whether they were done by me or by another provider. I can't tell you specifically.
So when you left the screen and John O'Keefe is on the gurney, you're engaged in
How'd you get off the mic?
vital, life-saving, a vital life-saving endeavor, correct?
Yes,
That had to have been your focus, correct?
that was at the time. Yes.
And you wanted to get him out of the cold, the weather,
Yes.
because it was inclement, it was freezing out, correct?
Yes.
So you wanted to put him in the ambulance, right? And you wanted to continue CPR because in your words, you testified on direct examination, you believed that there might be some viability left.
Yes.
So CPR and life-saving measures were absolutely vital at that point.
Yes.
You didn't go find equipment, you got in the ambulance, didn't you?
Yes.
So at this point, you're in the ambulance, correct?
At this point, I don't know.
You indicated you never got back out of the ambulance after you got in, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
Did you see any place in that video where you had any sort of detailed conversation with my client?
No.
Did you see any place in that video where you engaged my client and said, how'd you get here? What happened? And she said, I hit him. And you said, how'd you hit him? All the stuff that you testified earlier to.
I didn't see that in the video, no.
You indicated in a police report during an interview that you had with Yuri Butnik on February 8th, that my client said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You remember having that conversation with Sergeant Butnik?
I don't recall the conversation, but I'm trusting that your records are accurate.
Is it true that during that conversation, you indicated to Sergeant Butnik that, quote, Katie spoke with Karen Reed. Katie is Katie who?
McLaughlin.
Katie spoke with Karen Reed, collecting medical history for the victim, and was also told by Karen that the last time she saw the victim was at 1 a.m. that morning. That is when Anthony, who's Anthony?
Would have been myself.
That is when Anthony heard Karen say, I hit him, I hit him. Is that what you told Sergeant Butnik?
I don't recall.
Does it appear that this is the time, Firefighter Flemati, that Katie McLaughlin is getting a medical history from my client, or attempting to?
I can't tell from the video, no.
You do know, however, that during this time, you're in an ambulance probably 30 or 40 feet away with the doors closed.
Sorry about that. Can't remember a lot now.
I
Can
don't
you?
know.
You certainly don't see yourself in that frame, do you?
Andrea, thank you so
Doesn't
much
appear
for
to be.
joining. You're welcome here anytime. Have a freaking awesome day. Oh. Sorry, I'm muted because I got a
If we're
phone
done with
call.
the videos, can we take it down,
Of
please?
course. Yes, I think we are finished. Thank you, Anna.
Y'all, this is when I love a defense that knows what to do. He is
You were the
emphasizing.
lead
I'll tell you in a minute.
firefighter on that team that night, correct?
Lead paramedic.
Lead paramedic, thank you. You understood, obviously, the gravity of hearing a statement like, I hit him, some sort of an explanation about what may have happened to the victim, correct?
Correct.
That statement could potentially have direct relationship to, or a direct relational impact on how life-saving measures are done by the medical personnel that you turn the victim over to.
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you wanted, once you got to the hospital, you wanted to be as quote unquote helpful as possible when you handed over the patient, correct?
Correct.
You said you actually stayed at Good Samaritan for an additional 10 to 20 minutes, which is your habit in cases like this, because you wanted to be quote unquote an asset to the medical intervention team, correct? That team includes the doctors and nurses that were trying to provide life-saving services to Mr. Oakey.
Correct.
But you never relayed to a single doctor or a single nurse a single word about a woman who said, I hit him, did you?
So documentation for us ends at transfer of patient.
Oh, I had to stop it there, y'all. He's getting his butt whooped. Because if I'm on scene or anybody else or anything, and we hear a statement like that, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to notate it, and we're going to go verbally tell the whoever's in charge of the police, or we're going to notify a police officer that this person just said she hit him. You need to go interview them. Absolutely. We're not going to just not say anything, or at least relay that information. Hey, Sheriff, come here. I'm pumping chest. Officer Smith, I need you. Officer Smith, she just said she hit him. I need you to talk to him. And you can do that. It has been done. So this is absolutely freaking asinine. And for him to go where he's going now, he claims that she said, Karen Reed, that she hit him.
Care.
But he
As
didn't
far as
report
my
it.
memory, I do remember relaying that information to the doctors and nurses.
You do?
Yes.
Have you ever testified about that ever previous to this?
Never been asked about that.
Oh, nobody ever asked you, so you didn't tell anybody?
In the court setting? No.
Testified in front of a grand jury, didn't you?
Yes.
Shalali asked you a bunch of questions. Yes. During the course of that conversation that was under oath, did you ever disclose that you told the doctors and the nurses that you heard a woman say, I hit him?
I recall telling the doctors and nurses that there's a question of that the patient was hit by a vehicle or we don't know, is what I directly said to the doctors and nurses.
You directly told the doctors and nurses that there was a question about whether or not he was hit by a vehicle, right?
Yes.
Have you ever said that in any context, either to the police or in a grand jury before today?
I don't recall.
You were asked a bunch of questions yesterday, the day before yesterday, and this morning by Mr. Lally.
Yes.
Did you say it on your direct examination?
I wasn't asked that question.
So since Mr. Lally didn't ask you, you just left it out that you told the doctors, the medical professionals, that in fact, you described that this patient was likely hit by a car.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You wrote a report as well, correct?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that report. There's an area in the report for a narrative
Oh my gosh, y'all.
about your
I know.
observations, your experiences with
Oh
this
my gosh,
patient,
y'all.
correct?
Correct.
Your job as a
Interesting.
lead paramedic is to be as detailed as possible, correct?
Correct.
You want to provide and impart the most detail you possibly can about an incident
And
to
he never
assist
did.
in medical intervention, correct?
Correct.
He never said a word.
Take a look at page
Very
3 of 5
suspicious,
of your
y'all.
report.
Yes.
Very.
You see that narrative area?
I do.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that my client said the words, I hit him?
Hi, kitty,
It doesn't say that.
baby girl.
Can you point to your report, the portion of your report
You lay
where
down.
you indicate that you told the doctors and nurses that she said,
To my
I hit
baby
him?
girl. The kitten is running around. Sorry.
Doesn't say that.
Can you point to that portion of your report where you indicate that your concern for the patient was that he had been hit by a car?
Doesn't
Doesn't
say
say
that.
that.
Ooh, y'all. I like where this is going. It's getting
You
spicy.
indicated on direct examination that you were quote unquote looking for anything that we could pass on to the emergency room that would assist.
Yes.
True.
I think it might have been an assistance to the emergency room personnel to indicate that you believe this person had been hit by a car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that that would have been an important piece of information to pass on to the emergency room assistants?
Objection.
I'll let him have that.
Ooh.
Thanks. It would have been important, yes.
I'll
It's
let him
nowhere in
have
your report,
that.
correct?
It's not in the reports, no.
You didn't tell that to the police when you were interviewed 8 days later.
I was not asked about how or what I was.
My question is, did you tell the police
Oh,
8 days later, or 9 days later when you were interviewed?
he is
You didn't tell the
not
grand jury
wanting
that,
to answer
correct?
this question, y'all.
And you didn't mention that on direct examination in front of these jurors, did you?
No.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry, y'all. I'm just putting my hair back. It's getting in my
That's all I have.
bothering my
Okay,
monitor.
Mr. Lally?
Still do this.
So Firefighter Flemati, you have been asked some questions about the observation you made of Mr. O'Keefe's abdomen being distended. And absent any external observation of injuries, that could be from an internal injury cause. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, the conversation that you were talking about in which the defendant indicated to you repeatedly that you hit him or I hit him, that occurred on your sort of way to the body, correct?
Correct.
Now,
Ooh, y'all.
turning back to sort of when you're coming to the scene and arriving at the scene, you've got a call or dispatch in regard to an unresponsive male in the snow, correct? Correct. So you know that going, correct? Correct. And where you sort of bring the ambulance to a stop, there are other vehicles already in that area where Mr. O'Keefe is, correct?
Correct.
And it's from that vantage point that you're able to then see Mr. O'Keefe's body off the side of the road about 10 feet or so into the lawn.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll watch George Kelly when we're done with this.
Now, when it
We'll
comes
go
to
straight to it.
chest compressions, your department, any department, as far as sort of the medical field that you're in, is there any sort of policy or protocol for how long one person should be doing those at a time?
So recommendation is always 2 minutes, but it's usually based on the fatigue of the provider. But really the most important thing is just quality of CPR and making sure that they have the best CPR throughout, regardless of fatigue.
So it's not recommended that one person do continuous chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes, correct?
It's actually recommended not.
And so that would be sort of, when you have that many sort of assets with you on the scene, would it be typical for somebody to continue on with chest compressions for that long period of time? Those videos that you were showing up on the screen, have you ever seen either of those videos?
No.
So you have no idea as far as the times, whether they're accurate, correct?
No clue.
And whether the videos are synchronous, you have no idea about that either, correct?
No.
Stop it, Your Honor.
The conversation in which you heard the defendant say, I hit him, and the conversation that Firefighter McLaughlin had in which the defendant told her, I hit him, those are two separate conversations, correct?
Correct.
Happened at two different times, two different locations, and you weren't even present for Ms. McLaughlin's statement, correct?
Correct.
And you did, when you were interviewed by the trooper and when you testified before the grand jury, you indicated in both instances that the defendant said to you, I hit him, repeatedly, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were asked questions about what you relayed to the hospital staff, that what you're testifying to, that's your memory of what you told the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated in that you had said something to the effect of there's a question about whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car, correct?
Correct.
And so from your conversations with the defendants and the sort of expounding questions that you would ask for clarification, why was it that you related motor vehicles sort of specifically as a question to the hospital staff?
So it was due to the proximity of the patient to the roadway and the vagueness of the statement. So proximity to the roadway and the fact that she stated, I hit him, the red flag of him being underdressed and not, people don't just lie down in the snow in a blizzard. So how he got there, we're not sure. So we're trying to figure out what happened, but due to the proximity of the roadway, that was our first inclination.
I have nothing further.
All right,
May I, Your Honor?
a couple of questions.
You indicated that it's not recommended that someone do chest compressions for 15 or 20 minutes.
Correct.
You saw the
I
video.
found it.
It was on screen. That video was about 3 minutes.
Yes.
Did it appear that the same person that was doing chest compressions at the beginning of the video continued doing chest compressions all the way through?
I don't know.
We just watched the video.
I can't tell you for certain which personnel. We all have yellow coats, so I can't tell you if somebody swapped. I don't know.
Did it appear to you in watching that video that the person that started on the chest compressions on the left side of the screen continued all the way through up to the scoop, up to the gurney, and off screen doing chest compressions?
Objection.
Sustained.
You indicated that when you heard this phrase, "I hit him," that your response was, did you hit him with your hand, right?
Yes.
Did you kick him?
Yes.
Did you punch him?
Yes.
That's what you previously testified to, correct?
Yes.
Nowhere in that conversation did you ever suggest, did you hit him with your car?
I don't recall if I asked her specifically about that.
So now you don't recall about that either.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And for the first time in any forum, you're telling this jury that you then thought, based on that conversation that was attendant to the video that we just watched, you believed that Mr. O'Keefe had been hit by a car and that she said she did it.
I did not say that. So what, am I allowed to respond?
Yes.
So I left it open-ended to the staff of the hospital that these are both possibilities of what happened to the patient.
And of course, if you had said that to the staff of the hospital, the staff of the hospital would certainly put it in some of the medical reports, correct?
They don't have to. It's really up to them.
And you're aware that none of those have that statement.
I'm not aware.
All set? All right, you are all set, Firefighter Flemati, or Paramedic Flemati. Thank you. Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Mr. Matthew Kelly.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Sure.
I think is appropriate.
I know, isn't she? We rescued her. She was found outside our shop. She is double in size in
Shall
about
give the court and jury in the case down here.
2 weeks.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do.
Morning.
Morning.
So you consider stand,
Maud,
however you're comfortable, just bring.
need to take care of
Perfect. Thank
something?
you.
Please.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. Matthew Kelly, Kelly.
And what is it that you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for Canton Fire.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with Canton Fire?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other employment did you have within that sort of field?
I worked for a private ambulance, first ambulance service for approximately 5 months.
Let me see.
And sort of geographically, where was that?
Thank you very much.
Boston area.
Now, prior to you working as an EMT or
Strange,
paramedic, you worked as an
because it's
EMT
not
before
disappearing in on my
working as a
end.
paramedic.
Correct.
And so prior to working as either an EMT or a
Yeah.
paramedic, did you have any sort of training or did you receive any sort of certification in regard to being an EMT paramedic?
Yeah, so I had to do a 6-month EMT course, and then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course, and then for the state to get my EMT. And then for a paramedic school, it was about a 10 to 12 month didactic portion. And then I did I believe it was 200 hours clinical in the hospitals.
I did find the interview.
And then I did 300 hours ride time. And then I had to do a practical and written exam for the course and also for the state. And now with Canton Fire, I'm getting precepted as a paramedic.
And when you use that term as far as precepted, what exactly does that term mean within your?
It just means that you get trained by an experienced paramedic for an extended period of time until they say that you can do the job on your own.
And with regard to being a EMT and a paramedic, you receive a certification in regard to working within that field?
Can you say that again?
With regard to being an EMT and a paramedic, to receive some
He's
sort of
been on here
certification
before. I
as
don't know how
state
he
or some other
keeps
body
getting
in
through.
regard to working in that field.
Yes.
You have certification in regard to both?
Yes.
And is that certification up to date?
Yes, it is.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, the evening of that into January 29th, 2022. Were you working with the Canton Fire Department that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working on that day?
24-hour shift on the ambulance.
And which station house were you assigned to on that day?
Station 1.
And that's located where within the town of Canton?
99 Revere Street.
And you were assigned to the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the ambulance along with you?
Paramedic Anthony Flemati.
And on that morning of January 29th, do you recall about what time that you woke up on that day?
I believe it was about 4:45 a.m.
When you woke up, what, if anything, is it that you did with regard to your duties and responsibilities around fire station House 1?
So we woke up a little bit early to shovel off the apron, shovel off the parking lot, and just prepare for the new shift coming in.
And just briefly, sir, so when you go outside to shovel, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the weather conditions and what they were at that point?
There was snow on the ground. It was snowing, high winds, low visibility, still dark out.
And do you recall being dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m.?
Yes, I do.
And what was that call, or what was that dispatch in regard to, and where specifically were you dispatched?
It was unresponsive male in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that area of Fairview Road, through your work with the Canton Fire Department, are you familiar with that specific area?
Yes.
And you respond in the ambulance, is that correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, goes along in the ambulance with you?
Flemati was in the passenger seat, and then paramedic Tim Nuttall was in the back.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
And in addition to the ambulance, ambulance 1 that you were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus responded from your station to Fairview Road?
We also had an engine and our shift commander SUV.
If you recall, who was the shift commander in the SUV?
Shift commander was Captain Wendell Robery at the time.
And Captain Robery is now the chief of the Canton Fire, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the engine was concerned, who, if anyone, was assigned to the engine and responded to the call as well?
It was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter, paramedic Katie McLaughlin, and firefighter, paramedic Frank Walsh.
And as you're driving from the station house to Fairview, what, if anything, do you recall about weather conditions, visibility, anything like that along the way?
Just heavy snow and wind, real low visibility, good amount of snow on the ground. So I was just trying to take it slow so we didn't spin out or drift or anything like that.
And can you describe for the jury sort of the route that you took from the station on Revere Street to Fairview Road that morning?
Yep, we took a right onto Revere Street, left onto Sherman Street, right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
And as you're driving down Fairview, what, if anything, can you tell the jury about sort of the elevation of that roadway as you go from Chapman down to where you stopped?
It was a pretty steep, long road downhill. It was probably downhill for half of the way through Fairview. And because of that, I was just trying to go real slow so we didn't drift down the hill.
And one last question about driving, but as you're driving along, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as sort of other vehicular traffic on the roadway, any other cars, trucks, anything like that?
Nothing until I saw the police cruiser at the scene.
And so as you're approaching the scene and you're driving towards it, what, if anything, sort of first draws your attention to where you're going and where you stop?
So it was just real low visibility, but we could see blue lights at the time. So just kept going towards the blue lights and knew that it would be in that area.
Now, where do you stop in relation to the cruiser?
I believe they were facing towards us, so we would be in front of them.
And at some point, you're being dispatched for an unresponsive male partner, correct?
Correct.
And so when you're pulling up to the scene, you see the cruiser, are you able to also see any sort of unresponsive male partner?
Not when I'm in the truck. I had to get out of the truck to see.
And when was it and how far away from it were you at the first time that you observed the unresponsive male?
Once I got out of the truck, I was probably had to be about like 5 feet away until I could see the victim.
And at this time when you're arriving, sometime shortly after 6 a.m., is it light out, dark out, or something?
It's dark.
And just so we can stop saying unresponsive male, at some point you identified who the patient was that you eventually treated and transported. Okay. Who did you identify?
Mr. O'Keefe.
If you're joining me for
John
the
O'Keefe,
first
is that
time,
correct?
thank you. Please subscribe
So you get out of
to the world. I'd like to
vehicle,
hit 200 today.
You all get out at the same time, is that correct?
Relatively, yeah.
And where is it that you, Firefighter Flemati and Firefighter Nuttall, go?
So we first go to pick up some of the bags and stuff that we would need to conduct a arrest, and then we just go straight over to the body and some people that were around there.
And with regard to the bags that you retrieved, what kind of bags are we talking?
We'd take like a first-in bag that has miscellaneous stuff. We'd take an airway bag, and we would take a cardiac monitor.
And when you indicate as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone else, or what, if any other people were in that same area?
Can you say that one more time?
When you first go over to where Mr. O'Keefe is, who, if anyone, or how many other people are in that general area?
Sure. I remember seeing a police officer and 2 women.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, first of all, how was he positioned in relation to the ground?
He was on his back, probably about around a fire hydrant, probably about 5 or so feet from what I saw would be the street.
So you believed about 5 or so feet in from the road, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, when you first come over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as snow on him or around him or in the area where?
I don't really recall.
Do you recall how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed when you first get over there?
I believe he was wearing a hoodie, like a sweatshirt and jeans, and remember he had one shoe on, but forget which shoe it was.
You don't recall which shoe it was, but there was one shoe on his foot at that point?
Correct.
And when you first arrive at this patient, at Mr. O'Keefe, what is it that you and the other firefighters are doing in regard to treatment at that point?
So the other firefighters were checking for a pulse. And then after that, I was getting some of the supplies, and then we would start compressions and start moving them into the ambulance so we could get a better look at them and what we were doing.
When you say start compressions, what kind of compressions are you referring to?
CPR.
Chest compressions?
Yes.
Correct. And based on your training experience, is there some sort of protocol as to how long one individual should be doing chest compressions?
So we want early and continuous chest compressions for as long as the person is pulseless. We will take breaks in order to check for a pulse and check for any rhythm changes.
And so when breaks are taken, is that one person that's doing those same compressions the entire time, or is it switched off or something else?
We try to switch off every few minutes.
Now, when you first approach where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, sort of injuries, if at all, did you observe on Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
On the ground, I didn't observe any injuries or recall seeing any injuries at the time. It wasn't until got him in the ambulance that I saw some injuries.
And so from that sort of initial assessment and initial sort of treatment of the patients, what exactly does that sort of assessment and treatment consist of when Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground?
Basically just checking for breathing and if he has a pulse. It was pretty dark and very low visibility, so we wanted to get him out of the conditions and into the ambulance to kind of further assess him.
And from your sort of initial assessment, did he have a pulse and was he breathing?
No.
And so want to get him out of the conditions, and how was that accomplished?
I believe we used a scoop board or a scoop stretcher. It's just a backboard that breaks into two pieces. They can slide underneath the victim or the patient. We used that, and then we had picked him up and put him onto our actual EMS stretcher, and then just put the stretcher into the ambulance.
And where was the stretcher sort of placed in regard to where, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was 5 feet off the road?
I don't recall.
Now, once you get to the ambulance, what, if any, difference did you notice between sort of the lighting in the ambulance versus the lighting outside on the lawn?
So there was very low visibility outside. There was great visibility inside with the lighting all around the back of the ambulance.
And so once you're in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe or note at that point in regard to any injuries you observed to Mr. O'Keefe?
He had like a swollen black and blue right eye, and he had some blood around his mouth.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, during treatment, you're touching or making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
And during the course of that, what, if any, observations or what, if anything, did you note in regard to sort of tactile observations of Mr. O'Keefe?
He was very cold to touch, very stiff, almost frozen-like. Yes.
Now, at some point during the course of your treatment in the back of the ambulance, are his clothes removed?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's just so we can try to examine his full body for any other injuries.
And there's some concern for cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain, are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what your understanding based on your training experience is as what is cardiac arrest?
Sure. It would be when
Now, the chest compressions that you were talking about, was that continuous sort of throughout the patient care with respect to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And in addition to that, what, if anything, was done with respect to body temperature for Mr. O'Keefe once in the back of the ambulance?
So we did some rewarming. So we did heat blankets and warm fluids.
And as the chest compressions continue in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's nose or mouth?
I remember that there was some blood or vomit or bile coming out of his mouth.
Now, turning your attention to back outside of the ambulance, taking you back there for a moment. You indicated in your testimony that when you arrived there, you observed 2 females in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe anything as far as what they looked like or anything about those 2 females that you saw?
I just remember they were white, looked to be between 35 and 45 years old, I would say, and average build and height.
What, if any, sort of distinguishing characteristics did you observe between one or the other?
I remember one had some red stuff around her mouth. I was thinking it could be blood.
And that individual that you observed with red stuff that you thought could be blood around her mouth, what, if any, observations did you make of her as far as her demeanor or anything like that?
She was just acting kind of erratic and kind of running around screaming different things.
And as far as the different things that she was screaming, what, if anything, do you recall specifically hearing her screaming when she was running around?
It was just something like,
Yay.
he's dead, he's fucking dead.
Yay. Thank you for coming back.
Is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
At least twice.
As far as that sort of phraseology, was that consistent throughout?
I would say so, yes.
Now, when you enter the ambulance, does the patient care continue, obviously, with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And if you recall, who was sort of involved in that patient care in the back of the ambulance?
Me, Nuttall, Flemati, Woodbury, Walsh, and McLaughlin came in a little bit later. I'm not sure if she did any patient care or not.
But the majority of the people from your department that responded to the scene at one point or another were involved in patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
Now, you drove the ambulance to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And so for the transport from Fairview, what hospital did you go to?
Good Samaritan.
So for transport from Fairview to Good Samaritan, who drove the ambulance then?
McLaughlin.
And so Firefighter McLaughlin's driving, where are you located within the ambulance?
I was in the back with Nuttall and Flemati.
Do you recall sort of specifically what, if anything, you were doing with regard to patient care during the transport phase?
So I was just helping them transport phase. I was doing compressions before, but we had switched them over to a automatic compression device. So I was just involved in helping ventilate and suction.
And was there who, if anyone else in the back of the ambulance was also sort of working on the airway portion?
We've Nuttall, and I forget who else.
Now, during the course of transport from the scene when you arrived to Good Samaritan, what, if any, change did you note in reference to Mr. O'Keefe as far as heart activity, respiratory, anything of like?
No changes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for exhibit number 9, please. Firefighter Kelly, I'm just directing your attention to the screen and what's been marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
The location of the scene.
For the house that you responded to on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also have exhibit number 18. And again, sir, just directing your attention to the screen, do you recognize the photograph that's up on the screen?
Yes.
What's depicted in that photograph?
The location of the scene, again.
Sort of a different view of the same home, is that correct?
Correct.
Can I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
This is the laser pointer, basically there's a button there just press on that.
Okay.
Firefighter Kelly, with using that laser pointer that you have now before you.
Is that a jury? Oh,
Please
no.
direct the jury's attention on the screen to whereabouts.
That's media behind the mother and
located
father.
Mr.
That's
O'Keefe.
the mother
his
and
final
father
position when he first arrived.
coming up.
It's
Oh,
about
sorry.
this area right here.
Thank you. I have nothing further to this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, may we approach for a minute?
Okay. Jurors, remember, you can stand up and stretch anytime you go to something.
Oh, that's news media there. That's not juror. Yeah, that's news media, not jurors. So, yay. I had to plug my mouse in because it's rechargeable and it's not as easy to work with. Okay. So, no really new information there that I've gleaned. What about y'all? Comments welcome. I did change some layouts of the screens and I started pinning my post. So that's good. Trying to learn everything. This is a lot of work, y'all, but I love it. This is awesome. And thank you guys for joining me. Please share. I know everybody begs it, but for a channel that's only 6 weeks old, I want to get over 200 again. Please comment, like, share, and subscribe.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Kelly, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never had a conversation
Correct.
in or out of court.
Correct.
Now, with regard to the clothing that John O'Keefe was wearing when you came upon him, I believe you remember that he had on a pair of jeans.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And you remembered that he had a hoodie sweatshirt.
Yes.
And what also stuck out in your mind is that he had only one shoe on, correct?
Correct.
From your memory, you're not sure if it was the left or the right shoe, but it was one of those, correct?
Correct.
And you did not see another shoe or the matching shoe in the area anywhere around where he was lying, correct?
Correct.
And to your memory, you never saw that other shoe, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the removal of the clothing, I believe you testified before this jury on direct examination that trauma shears would have been used. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what do those look like? How big are they? And if you could describe them.
They're about this big, so say 6 inches, and they have usually like a plastic or metal handle, and then just kind of 2 curved blades that are used to cut.
That the trauma shears were used in order to start to remove John O'Keefe's clothing that morning?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was before he was put into the ambulance, during the ambulance ride, or after he was at the hospital?
I believe it would, I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
I'm sorry, there's a little bit of noise. Could you repeat that?
Sure. I don't recall, but I believe it would be in the ambulance.
In the ambulance. And you wouldn't have waited until you got to the hospital because there was a reason why you were taking the clothes off, correct?
Correct.
And what was that reason?
To look for any other injuries that the patient might have.
And that was a priority as you were treating, correct?
Correct.
You don't think that you cut off his clothes before you put him in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And you don't think that, and when I say you, I mean your team.
Right.
You don't think your team cut off the clothes after he was out of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it was sometime during the ride.
Correct.
Do you recall who it was that actually used the trauma shears along that ride?
No.
you recall at what point during the ride? Would it have been sort of the beginning of the ride, or would it have been toward the end?
Toward the beginning.
Now, with regard to the clothing that was cut, do you recall if it was the sweatshirt, the jeans, or both?
I don't recall.
Do you think, or is your memory that the hoodie sweatshirt was left on him without being cut?
I don't recall.
Y'all, my bad.
Using that.
I tried to unplug my mouse. It's charging, and I accidentally hit it. I apologize so very much. Let me refresh. And play.
In terms of your memory of what she said, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions not for the first time by Mr. Lally or me in court today. There have been other occasions where people have asked you, what did the woman with the blood on her mouth say when she was on scene, correct?
Correct.
You were asked that by Trooper Proctor on February 9th of 2022, correct?
I don't recall.
It's probably unfair of me to say the date, but you do recall speaking to a state trooper not long after these incidents, correct?
Correct.
And to that state trooper, you told him that what she said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall saying anything differently than that, do you?
I remember saying a lot differently, but I might have also said that. I just don't recall.
Well, you don't, let me rephrase that. You don't recall changing her words at all. You recall, you've always said he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
That was not only to the state police on February 9th, but then in April of 2022, you were in a grand jury setting, correct?
Correct.
There was no defense attorney there on that day, correct?
I don't believe so.
You don't remember seeing me there?
No, I didn't see
Okay. Mr. Lally was asking you the questions, correct?
Correct.
And there, you also said that what the woman with the blood on her mouth said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified to that today.
Yes, sir.
You've never changed that story, correct?
Correct.
And that is because the truth does not change, correct?
Correct.
All right. At this point, I'd like to play a 15-second portion of a video, which I would offer as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll watch it and then you
Thank
can
you
offer
very
it.
much.
With no narration, right?
Never. And before you start, I'm not as interested in the video, sir. I'm interested in the audio. So if you could listen as best you can.
Sure.
Would you agree with me, sir, that we heard what you heard that night, which is, he's dead, he's fucking dead?
It was kind of hard for me to hear.
Okay.
I heard about, does he do drugs? I couldn't really hear the background.
I may have moment.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
Did we lose sound? I'm going to back up.
So
Yeah, we did. Okay, sorry about that. So they turned off mic. Okay, that wasn't me. Oh, thought it was me for a minute. Let me get this back on. Let me get this back on. Sorry, y'all. Technical glitches. What can I say? I find it interesting that their stream does not seem to do well.
Him that what
we're all working together.
guys
They showed video. Which is where I want to see. Okay, we'll just have to be there. Other people are struggling too. Okay, good. It's not just me. There's video. Okay. Y'all, this stream is not just me. Other people are struggling. So let me reset. I apologize. I'll get it. I promise. Go back. I'm going to try and start it where I want it to start.
Here, a couple of questions about where you were at in terms of your career on January 28th, 29th. You were
we'll just keep it there.
fairly new firefighter?
Correct.
And you were conscious, you had been trained not long before January 29th, right? It was within several months?
2 months, yeah.
Oh, within 2 months, okay. And your priority as a new firefighter was to follow your training, correct?
Correct.
It was fresh in your mind.
Correct.
You wanted to do things the right way, correct?
Correct.
And particularly at the beginning of your career, you don't want to develop any bad habits, correct?
Correct.
And you were following protocol once you got to the scene as best you could, correct?
Correct.
I believe you testified on direct examination that when the ambulance got to 34 Fairview, as soon as it was parked, you and Anthony Flemati went straight to the body, correct?
I don't recall saying that. I wasn't sure who went straight to the body. I said some of us got some supplies.
Okay. I thought your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought your testimony was that you may have gotten some supplies, but then you and Flemati went straight to the body.
Yes, so we did, me and Nuttall.
Got supplies?
Me and Nuttall went to the body.
All right, where was?
But we didn't go straight there. We got supplies first and then went to the body, or I got supplies first and then went to the body.
Okay. How long did it take you to get supplies?
Probably within a minute, I would say.
Okay. And where was Flemati when you were getting the supplies?
I don't recall.
Once you got to the body, who assisted you with regard to treating John O'Keefe?
I believe it would be the people who were on scene with me.
Who would that have been?
Flemati, Nuttall, Walsh, McLaughlin, Woodbury, and Robery.
Okay. So is it your testimony that your memory is that 5, 6, however many people were there with you, all were hovered over John O'Keefe doing treatment on him?
Not treatment, but getting supplies, getting the stretcher. We're all working together, but we weren't all doing the treatment portion.
Sure, and the treatment was essentially CPR, correct?
Correct.
Chest compression?
Okay, guys. Why is this important? A lot of times they take their basic, they will take the AED machine, they will take certain bags with them for the scene, okay? And then they all rush and they all get there. And then what they do is they send, I need this, I need that, and then people go back and get. So I understand in a way that they're really hammering this in, trying to find who was what, when, and where, but they're trying to do it because they're trying to figure out who actually heard and who didn't hear. So the thing is that usually it is very calculated who does what in what position. There's no chaos. You know your role, you know what you're supposed to do. So I think he's just trying to nail down who's done what. But I think they're harboring too much on this. I think there's more things to ask.
Yes. And dealing with his airway as well?
Correct.
Which of your coworkers and or you were directly involved with the CPR, the chest compressions, and the airway issues?
I recall that I was doing compressions and helping suction and ventilate in the ambulance, but I do not recall who else was partaking in that.
Okay. So let's talk about when John O'Keefe was put on the scoop stretcher and then ultimately taken to the ambulance. Who was with you when that was occurring?
So it would have been me, Nuttall, Flemati, and Robery, I believe, were trying to get him on the scoop. And then I believe the engine guys were trying to get the stretcher.
Who are the engine guys?
That would be Walsh. It must have been Walsh, Woodbury, and McLaughlin, but I don't recall who exactly was getting it.
All right, so your memory is that yourself, Nuttall, and Flemati were loading John O'Keefe onto the scoop?
I believe so, yeah.
And then from the scoop, he's put on a stretcher?
Correct.
And then who would it have been that wheeled the stretcher to the ambulance?
I don't recall who it was.
You?
I don't recall.
So you have no memory of who would have taken John O'Keefe on that stretcher into the back of the ambulance?
I don't recall who actually did it, but it would just be whoever's in the best location at the time to move the stretcher.
The ones doing the
Do you have a memory
CPR
of John O'Keefe
definitely
going
be
into
the
the
ones
back of the
on that
ambulance?
stretcher.
Not a clear memory, no.
Who was
Who
doing
went into
CPR?
the ambulance with him?
Me, Nuttall, Flemati, Walsh, Woodbury.
Oh, and by the way, once he's on the scoop and then put on the stretcher, the priority is to get him into that ambulance,
I like that
correct?
word better.
And part of the reason for that is he was cold, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your priority was you wanted to warm him up, correct?
Correct.
And the best place to do that would have been the inside of that ambulance, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't that he was put on the stretcher and then there was some detour in terms of where he was taken. You or whoever took him, made a beeline for the back of that ambulance in order to get him warm, correct?
Correct.
And once he's in the ambulance, the priority at that point would be to close the doors of the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Because if you leave the doors open, there's a blizzard outside, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's go ahead, Ms. Tina. Keep moving forward, please.
Why is that? Why did you abstain?
The doors were closed to the ambulance, correct?
At some point, yes.
All right. And inside the doors of that ambulance, as you testified, was at least, not naming everybody, but at least you and Nuttall and Flemati, correct?
Correct.
And once those doors were closed to the ambulance, none of you left the ambulance, correct?
None of us, meaning?
I'm not talking specifically about you and Nuttall and Flemati.
I don't believe so.
No. You would have remained in the ambulance all the way to the hospital, and that's the point in which the doors would be open, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the scene that you came upon in terms of the people who were there when you arrived, sir. You had previously testified that you saw, I believe you testified that you saw two women and a law enforcement officer already on scene, correct?
Correct.
one of those women appeared to have blood around her mouth, correct?
Correct.
It was something red, but you assumed that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And that led you to also believe that she had rendered or tried to render CPR, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you thought?
Yes.
Okay.
And while you were on scene, it was the woman who had the blood around her mouth who appeared to be most upset, correct?
Correct.
She was really upset, correct?
Yes.
Would you go so far as to say she was distraught,
Yes.
hysterical,
Yes.
frantic?
Yes.
And you heard her say, he's dead, he's fucking dead, something like that, correct?
Correct.
And she didn't say it in the tone of voice that I just said it, correct?
Correct.
She was screaming when she said that, correct?
I got to fix my camera.
It was
Drive me crazy.
very easy for you to discern that her words were, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And she repeated it more than once, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that at no point in time did you ever hear her say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me, sir, that you have been extremely consistent in terms of your memory of what she said, correct?
Correct.
You've been asked these questions not for the first time by Mr. Lally or me in court today. There have been other occasions where people have asked you, what did the woman with the blood on her mouth say when she was on scene, correct?
Correct.
You were asked that by Trooper Proctor on February 9th of 2022, correct?
I don't recall.
It's probably unfair of me to say the date, but you do recall speaking to a state trooper not long after these incidents, correct?
Correct.
And to that state trooper, you told him that what she said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall saying anything differently than that, do you?
I remember saying a lot differently, but I might have also said that. I just don't recall.
Well, you don't, and let me rephrase that. You don't recall
Sorry, I'm having
changing
some
her words at
glitchiness
all.
on my
You recall-
screen. We got it.
You've always said he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
That was not only to the state police on February 9th, but then in April of 2022, you were in a grand jury setting, correct?
Correct.
There was no defense attorney there on that day, correct?
I don't believe so.
You don't remember seeing me there?
No, I didn't see
Okay. Mr. Lally was asking the questions, correct?
Correct.
And there, you also said that what the woman with the blood on her mouth said was, he's dead, he's fucking dead, correct?
Correct.
And you've testified to that today.
Yes, sir.
You've never changed that story, correct?
Correct.
And that is because the truth does not change, correct?
Correct.
All right, at this point, I'd like to play a 15-second portion of a video, which I would offer as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll watch it and then you
Thank
can
you
offer
very
it.
much.
With no narration, right?
Never. And before you start, I'm not as interested in the video, sir. I'm interested in the audio. So if you could listen as best you can.
Sure.
Oh,
Would you agree with me, sir, that we heard what you heard that night, which is he's dead, he's fucking dead?
It was kind of hard for me to hear.
I thought I heard the
about
word,
does he do drugs. I
he's
couldn't really
dead,
hear
he's dead.
the background.
I may have moment.
Okay.
I
May we
just
approach?
want to hear
Okay.
oh before. I'll listen closely and tell me what you heard. Okay, we lost. This is where we lost it. Okay, so it wasn't us. All right, y'all. Nothing we can do about it. That is all on them. So that was the end of that's the end of his testimony. Unfortunately, we lost volume. So did other people. And so there's nothing we can do about that. I apologize, y'all. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Dag nabbit. Play.
And where were they in
Gonna
relation
scroll
to
back
where you
to-
were or in?
All right. So we're all set?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're all set. Sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I have mine cranked up really loud, and I could have heard, oh, he's dead. So there's a difference when you put an O or, I've had people on scene sitting there screaming, they're dead, oh my
Your
God,
next
they're
witness.
dead.
Yes, Your Honor. Call Mr.
Didn't
Francis
kill him.
Walsh to the stand.
Okay. Tori.
I wonder if he's a cousin
Do you
to a
have
friend of mine down here, last name Walsh.
numbers?
Okay, guys, what are y'all's thoughts right now? We got a little moment. We got a little moment. All the little noises from her microphone is literally driving me crazy.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case down here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thanks, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Francis Walsh, W-A-L-S-H.
And what do you do for it, sir?
I'm a lieutenant paramedic with the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been?
Sorry, I missed his first name. Forgive me. I've never heard people talk so being fast in my life.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thanks, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Francis Walsh, W-A-L-S-H.
And what do you do for it, sir?
I'm a lieutenant paramedic with the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic with the Canton Fire Department?
Just shy of 10 years.
And you indicated that you have the rank of lieutenant, is that correct?
That's correct.
How long have you been a lieutenant with Canton?
Since September of last year.
Now, with regard to, you have certifications both as an EMT and a paramedic, correct?
That's correct.
And with regard to those certifications, when was it first that you sort of received those?
I received my paramedic certification in June of 2014. It's when I was officially certified.
And is that something that you've been subject to sort of continuing educational components and recertification since then?
Yes, yeah, every 2 years we have to recertify and take continuing education classes.
And is your certification up to speed at this point?
Yeah, it's current. I just recertified last month, actually.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th to January 29th.
My mom's finally charged
All
to
that day?
use
I
it
do.
without the cord.
Were you
I'm
working that
sorry
day
for
with
any
the fire?
inconvenience.
I was.
And what kind of shift were you
No,
working?
he was
on that
not a
day?
lieutenant. when it
24
occurred.
hour shift, which is standard.
He's
Is that
now
8
a
a.m. to 8
lieutenant.
a.m.?
That's correct.
That, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
That's correct.
And so where were you assigned to on that particular day?
I was assigned to headquarters, which is on 99 Revere Street.
and my position was engine driver.
So fair to say people within your department get different sort of assignments on different apparatus based on the different shift that they're working.
That's correct.
And your assignment that day was the driver of the engine?
Correct, yes, engine 3.
Now, beyond sort of your assignment as the engine driver in that particular shift, what, if any, sort of specialized assignment do you have, or did you have at that time in regards to snow removal?
Yeah, so on that particular shift, I was also the snowplow driver. We have an in-house truck and a snowplow for the fire department, and that was my responsibility on that shift.
How many people within your department have that sort of responsibility when it comes to?
It kind of depends group to group. So some working groups will just kind of rotate and have a different person do it each time. At that time, the group that I was on, I kind of had the most experience plowing, so I was always the go-to person to be in the plow truck when it snowed.
And so with respect to that duty, about what time did you sort of get up on that morning of the 29th?
I believe it was around 4 a.m.
And why was it that you got up at that time?
It was snowing pretty heavily. I mean, we knew the forecast called for a lot of snow. So I got up early and hopped in the plow truck.
And so, and just briefly, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you observe as far as the weather conditions when you were out in the plow truck?
It was very windy. Just windy and really heavy snow.
Now, at some point, shortly after 6 a.m., does your department get dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where was the dispatch to, and what was it in regards to?
So I didn't hear the actual dispatch because I was in the plow truck. I was in the rear of headquarters in the plow truck. But my Captain Robery, came out and told me that we had a call for 34 Fairview Road for an unresponsive male party. And he told me, to hop in the engine and head to that call.
And when you hop in the engine, who, if anyone else from your department, was assigned to the same engine as you on that day?
So I had Lieutenant Woodbury to my right in the passenger seat, and Firefighter McLaughlin in the rear.
And beyond the engine that you were driving, what, if any, sort of other apparatus from your department was dispatched to call that day as well?
So that would have been Ambulance 1, and then also Car 5 went as well. That's kind of like an optional thing, but with a call of that severity, the captain will go as well.
And who was in Car 5 on that day?
Captain Robery.
And you drove the engine, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you could describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the road conditions, visibility, things that like en route from the station to Fairview.
Yeah, so it was really, really poor driving conditions and visibility. I can't recall ever driving to a call of that nature and that severity that slowly. The visibility was so poor that we were just driving extremely slow.
Sirens go further away. Okay.
Now
And
they're used to
from-
talking over sirens.
If you could describe to the jury sort of the route of travel that you took from Station 1 to Fairview.
Sure. So out of Station 1, take a right onto Revere Street, and then a left onto Sherman Street, a right onto Chapman Street, and then a left onto Fairview.
Now, if you recall, what was sort of the order? You're all sort of dispatched and you're all sort of responding around the same time, being Car 5, the ambulance, and the engine, correct?
Correct.
And if you recall, what was sort of the order of the vehicles in response?
So Engine 3, we were the last vehicle for the fire department to arrive on scene. So when we arrived on scene, Ambulance 1 and Car 5 were already on scene.
And if I could ask, just sort of as you're turning onto Fairview Road and you travel down, what, if anything, do you know about sort of the elevation of the roadway as you're driving down to it?
It's a downhill grade. Yeah, it gets a little bit steep at one point.
And the residence that you eventually stopped at or responded to, where was that in location in reference to when you first turn on a Fairview, about how far down is the residence that you mentioned?
Pretty far down. I believe it's one of the last houses on Fairview.
And the residence that we're talking about is, from your perspective, when you're driving down there, is that on your left or right or something?
Left.
And as you're approaching the scene, what is it sort of that you see before you as, how do you know where to stop and where you're going?
Yeah, so, I mean, like I said, visibility was really poor, but there was ambulance 1, car 5, at least a couple of police cruisers on scene before us. So it's kind of hard to miss that. So that's how we knew where to stop.
Now, in regard to, you're responding to an unresponsive male, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, at some point you were able to identify, or you were told what the identity was of that unresponsive male patient, correct?
That's correct.
What was his
name? John O'Keefe.
And so with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as you're approaching the scene, when was the first time that you were able to sort of see where Mr. O'Keefe was on scene when you arrived?
It wasn't until a little bit after we actually arrived on scene that I could see the patient, because as we pulled up, the ambulance was blocking our line of sight to where the patient was. So I couldn't see him right away.
And what was sort of the I know you talked about visibility, but as far as, had the sun come up yet?
No, it was pitch black.
And so when you arrive on scene, what is it that you and sort of the other people on your engine are doing in relation to patient treatment?
So at that point, I got out of the engine and I started walking towards where the ambulance crew was. But at that point, Firefighter McLaughlin was coming around to the rear of the ambulance to get the stretcher out. So I went directly to that to give her a hand with that. And we proceeded to bring that around the front of the ambulance where Firefighter Nuttall, Flemati, and Kelly, and I believe Captain Robery were working on the patient.
Now, in reference to where patient Mr. O'Keefe was, where was he? Could you see sort of how in reference to the ground?
I could see the other firefighters and captain that I just mentioned had just put him on the backboard at the first time that I saw him. I'd say that was like roughly 10 feet in from the road.
And to that point, how were you able to say that it was approximately 10 feet in from the road?
Just an estimate.
Let me ask you, as far as the stretcher was concerned that you and Firefighter McLaughlin retrieved, where did you place that in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was when you first arrived over?
So we placed that, we decided to leave it on the street and get it as close to the grass or snow as possible. It was unspoken, but we knew that we didn't want to put the stretcher onto the snow because it would be too unstable. So we put it right up against the curb. So right at the edge of the street where the street meets the yard.
And so you put the stretcher basically right up against the curb, and Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 10 feet.
That's correct.
Once you put the body
And
on it,
with
it
respect to
sinks down.
positioning the stretcher, was that parallel with the curb or perpendicular to it, or how was it?
Parallel.
And you mentioned that obviously Mr. O'Keefe is on scene, and there are a number of different firefighters from your department, correct?
That's correct.
There was at least a police cruiser. Did you see any officers sort of around the scene?
Yes, I remember Officer Saraf and Sergeant Good.
And with respect to civilians, what, if any, civilians did you observe around the scene?
I observed 2 female civilians.
And where were they in relation to where you were, or in relation to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I mean, they were pretty worked up, so they were moving around quite a bit. But I'd say they were somewhere in between myself and the stretcher and where Mr. O'Keefe was.
And did you yourself have any conversation with either of the 2 females that you saw?
I did not directly, no.
And you just testified a little bit before that they were upset. Is this so that both of them were?
Yes, yes.
And what, if anything, leads you to that sort of conclusion as far as their demeanor? What, if anything, did you specifically observe?
I mean, I observed one of them, like screaming and crying, and they were both just frantically like moving around a lot.
As far as the one that you observed screaming or crying, do you recall specifically what, if anything, that person said?
All I recall her saying was, "Is he alive?"
With respect to Mr. O'Keefe, as far as his clothes, what, if any, observations did you make of his clothes?
The notable observation that I made was that he was missing one shoe, his right shoe.
And where was Mr. O'Keefe when you made that observation of missing one shoe?
It was when we put the stretcher into the ambulance, the stretcher lifts up, so it's kind of right at my face, and that's when I noticed it.
So at the time he was being placed in the ambulance, he only had one shoe based on what you saw?
That's correct.
Now, once Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, where did you go?
So I stayed down at the feet. I was positioned right by his right leg.
And what, if any, difference did you know between sort of the lighting conditions outside on the lawn versus the lighting conditions in the back?
In the back of the ambulance, it was dramatically better.
And so once in the back of the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
I noticed a hematoma on his right eye, and I noticed some blood coming from his nose.
And just to be clear for the record, so when you say hematoma, based on your training experience, can you explain what your understanding of that term is to the jury?
Swelling and bruising.
Now, at some points, with respect to the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing, what, if anything, did you or other firefighters or paramedics from your department do with reference to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
We removed all of his clothing.
And let me first ask, how was that removal sort of accomplished?
Can you repeat that?
When you removed his clothing, how did you do that?
Oh, with trauma shears, basically scissors that cut clothing.
And once sort of
Done that many
was that
times.
pursuant to some sort of protocol, or
Yes.
why was the clothing?
On any trauma call, it's protocol to expose the patient so you can see all injuries and you don't miss any injuries.
But
And
you did.
once the clothing was
Missed the
removed,
head injury in the
with
back of the
with
head.
trauma shears, what if any additional injuries or anything that you observed?
I noticed some scratches and lacerations on his right arm.
Now, in reference to treatment in the back of the ambulance with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, what if any sort of role in that did you sort of assume, or were you sort of assigned by the lead paramedic?
Yeah, so I was responsible for the IO drill and access. It's an intraosseous access.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is and how that's accomplished?
Yeah, so you do that instead of IV access. So when somebody's in cardiac arrest, it's really hard to get an IV. So what you do is you actually drill into a bone, and you can administer medication and fluids like into the bone marrow space.
And so pursuant
Painful
to,
as hell.
Mr. O'Keefe was
Don't want
undergoing
to do that while I'm awake.
cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain your understanding of that term based on your training experience to the jury? What is cardiac arrest?
I've seen it done. Ugh,
There's no cardiac
that
function.
with
His
chest
heart
tube.
isn't pumping blood
Hell
anymore.
no.
And so what, if any, sort of protocols are there as far as
Chest tube they
medication
do while you're
administration
awake.
is there in reference to a cardiac arrest?
And
Yeah, so the
sometimes they
frontline
don't
medication
vomit
for that is
like you
epinephrine. That's what we gave through the IO access.
What is the purpose of the epinephrine?
Epinephrine, I mean, basically in layman's terms, it gets the heart pumping again, if that's a viable option.
And in addition to the epinephrine, what, if any, other medication was administered through the IO?
I believe that was it. As far as when I was
Look at
on
his
scene,
notes.
it was just epinephrine.
Do you recall anything about salines?
Oh yeah, saline as well, but it's not a medication. But yeah, we also administered saline.
What is the purpose of the saline?
Saline is
Dehydration fluids.
just to increase
Medicine
blood volume.
move through the body.
Now, as
Increase the
far
blood volume.
as far as the transport, Mr. O'Keefe is then taken from the scene to a hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you go along with the ambulance on the transport to the hospital?
I did not.
So you remained on scene at least for some period of time, correct?
Very briefly, but yes.
And you referenced some officers from the Canton Police Department that were on scene when you were on scene, correct?
Correct.
And without reference to anything said, which of them, if any, did you have any conversation with prior to leaving the scene?
Sergeant Good.
And just as far as what you told Sergeant Good, what, if anything, did you relay to him before you left the scene?
I relayed to him that there were signs of trauma in the patient.
And did you give it any sort of further explanation as to the signs of trauma that you observed?
Yes, I believe I told him what I told you about the hematoma on the eye and the blood in the nose and the scratches and lacerations on the arm.
So you told Sergeant Good what you've just testified.
Consistent with a good fist fight.
I believe so.
Ms. Kilman, if I could ask for exhibit number 18.
Once again, thank you so much for joining. Please comment, like, and subscribe. I am so close to my 200 again, y'all. It would knock my socks off if y'all could get me to 200.
Exhibit 18, you recognize that?
Yes, 34 Fairview Road.
Is that fair, minus whatever the weather conditions are, a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed that day at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And approach the witness to agree with it?
Yes.
I'm waiting for them to break.
Okay.
They barely had a 15-minute break 4 hours ago, almost 4 hours ago.
And so Firefighter Walsh, if I could ask, using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to where within this photograph, if you see it, that you observed Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first arrived.
Right in that general area.
Thanks. May I have one moment, John?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Cross-examination?
Yes. Good afternoon,
I
sir.
had some
Good
eyedrops
afternoon.
in here.
I just want to ask you about the woman that you saw on scene who appeared to be screaming and crying. Would you agree with me that she stood out to you because she appeared to be the most upset
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes.
and the loudest?
Yes.
She appeared to be crying more than others,
Yes.
and she was screaming, right?
Yes.
And what you heard her say, I understand your testimony, was that she just said, "Is he alive?" Correct?
That's what I recall. Correct.
In a loud voice,
Yes.
in a distraught voice,
Yes.
while she was crying.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
There's nothing, Mr. Lally, right?
No, no.
All right, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who is your next witness?
Ms. Katie McLaughlin.
I am,
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing is for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
but it
truth,
has
so help
to
you
go
God?
through my
Thank you.
YouTube. I can't do it through
I just need
StreamYard.
you to
That's
speak
why
into
that
that
had
microphone nice
confusion.
and loud.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Katie McLaughlin, McLaughlin.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a firefighter paramedic for the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic at the time?
Probably about 7 years at this point.
And prior to working for the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you do sort of within that general field?
I worked as an EMT basic for Brewster Ambulance. Went to paramedic school. I eventually became a paramedic for Brewster Ambulance, and I worked there for a few years before getting on the fire department.
And just briefly, but prior to becoming a paramedic or working as a paramedic, what, if any, sort of training did you receive in regard, or certification did you receive in regard to being a paramedic?
And we're doing better?
So it's a 2-year schooling where you have about a year of didactic. There's a lecture portion for about a year. And then after that, there's about a year to a year and a half of clinical training that's done in an ER and then done in an ambulance. So that whole period is around 2 years.
And prior to working in the Canton Fire Department, you received certification from the state or some other sources being a paramedic, correct?
Yes, it's through the state and through a national registry.
And both those certifications through the state and the national registry, are those granted sort of forever, or is there like a continuing educational component and a recertification process?
So you recertify every 2 years. You have to take continuing education classes in that 2-year period. And that's just on a 2-year cycle you recertify.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the dates of January 28, 2022 into January 29, 2022. Do you recall those dates?
Yes.
And were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those dates?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of shift you were working from the 28th to the 29th?
It was just my regular 24-hour shift.
And 24-hour shifts in Canton Fire is essentially 8 a.m. to 8 a.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you sort of assigned within the town of Canton Fire Department on that day?
So I was on the engine for that shift. So I was the third person on the engine. There's an engine driver, there's an officer, and then there's a third person who's in the back.
And so your sort of role with respect to the engine, is there sort of like a name for that position?
Some people call it like the back step. Yeah.
And which station house were you assigned to on that engine?
The Station 1, which is 99 Revere Street.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else, was assigned to the other sort of roles on the engine?
Frank Walsh was the engine driver that day, and Greg Woodbury was the lieutenant on the engine that day.
Now, turning your attention to that morning of the 29th, do you recall about what time you got up or what time you went outside that day?
I think we were up maybe a little before 6 because it was snowing, and we had to like shovel the front apron. So we were up maybe 5 a.m.
And so when you were up around that time, around 5 a.m. and outside, you were outside shoveling, is that correct?
Yep. Intermittently.
Sorry?
Intermittently, yeah.
So during the times that you were outside shoveling, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or the conditions at that point?
It was snowing pretty heavily. It had been snowing. We were shoveling, and it was pretty cold and windy.
And if you know around that time that you initially sort of went out and were shoveling, about how much snow had accumulated at that point?
I don't know how much. I mean, enough for us to shovel that front apron, but I don't know how much.
About a foot.
Sometime shortly after 6 a.m., were you and other members of your department dispatched to a call?
Yes.
And where were you dispatched to, and what was that dispatch in?
So the call came in as a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow, and the call was 434 Fairview Road.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of received that dispatch and go sort of on the engine to that residence on Fairview Road?
How long?
Yes.
We're on the truck and going probably within a few minutes at most.
And so in addition to yourself and Firefighter Walsh and Lieutenant Woodbury, what, if any, other sort of apparatus from your station was dispatched to this call?
The ambulance was dispatched as well, and I believe the command car 5, also was dispatched to the call.
And as far as car 5, if you recall, who was in car 5?
At the time, Captain Robery.
And with respect to the ambulance, if you know who, if anyone, was assigned to the ambulance and went with the ambulance?
Firefighter Kelly and Firefighter Flemati were on that ambulance. And I believe Tim Nuttall was also there. He came in early, and so he jumped on the ambulance as well.
And with respect to when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall what sort of order the vehicles were in as far as car 5, the ambulance, and the fire engine?
I think car 5 was maybe first, and then the ambulance was in front of us, and then we pulled up behind the ambulance.
And so when you sort of arrive on scene, pull up behind the ambulance, other than vehicles from your department, what, if any, other sort of vehicles did you observe or see on scene that day?
I noticed there were multiple police vehicles, and at least one civilian vehicle.
Now, obviously, you're responding to a report of a non-responsive male, are you correct?
Yes.
And when you're sort of first arriving on scene, or just in reference to when you arrived on scene, when was the first time that you were able to see that unresponsive party?
So when I got out of the engine, I went right back to the ambulance to get the stretcher, because I knew that from wherever they were, they seemed to be kind of off of the road. So I got the stretcher with Firefighter Walsh, I believe, and then we brought the stretcher as close as we could to the patient, and that was like parallel to the curb, and that would be the first time that I observed them working on a patient.
And so, if I could just ask you,
my glasses are so
with regard to sort of those
messed up, and I can't get
duties as the backstep person. So, what is sort of the duties and responsibilities of the backstep person on the engine to this kind of medical?
So the role of the person in the back of the engine is it kind of is dependent upon what that lead paramedic needs you to do. You're there to assist the ambulance in any way that they need. So that could be assisting with extrication of a patient. It could be obtaining information about a patient or bystanders. It could be assisting with patient care if they need you in the back of the ambulance. It really depends on what they need you to do for that particular call.
You're the
Coming back to your testimony a moment ago, you said, hey, we're over rendering sort of patient care. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I noted Tim, I noted Tony, and there were a lot of people that seemed to be around that area. So I'm not sure exactly who else was there, but I did note Tony and Tim were were in that area.
Oh, much better.
So as far as sort of the other people in that area where Tony and Tim, so people sort of beyond people from your department, what, if any, other sort of people did you notice around that area?
I don't know specifically. What do you mean? Like
as far as
outside of the
right. So outside of fire department personnel in that area, what, if any, observations did you make of those people? Who were those people?
Well, at that point, I couldn't really make out like the identities of like other people. I noted Tim and Tony, but I didn't really pick up on who anyone else was at that point. They were still like in off of the road at that point.
And so from where they're positioned with regard to the patient, just for clarity purposes, you were subsequently learned the identity of the patient, correct?
Yes.
And who did you learn him?
John O'Keefe.
And where you and firefighter Walsh were with the stretcher, how far away from where you were was Mr. O'Keefe and the other firefighter?
They were, I don't know that I could give a number, several feet away. They were like, I remember kind of seeing a fire hydrant, but I don't know exactly number wise what that would be.
And from your observation of where Mr. O'Keefe was, could you tell how his body was positioned?
He was supine, so he was lying on his back or face up.
And what, if anything, by the time that you arrived with firefighter Walsh on the stretcher, what, if anything, could you see that firefighters Flemati and or Nuttall or anyone else was doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
By that point, it seemed like they had already got him pretty much secured on a backboard, and they were ready to move him to the stretcher. And
once Mr. O'Keefe is then moved with the backboard from where he was to the stretcher where you are, what happened?
So I remember Tony was kind of at the head of the stretcher. I was standing on the side. There was a woman next to me, and Tony said to me, "Can you try to figure out what happened?" And he kind of motioned to this woman that was next to me.
And so firefighter Flemati, who's the lead paramedic, directs you to ask some questions of this female, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say this woman that was next to you, you didn't know her, you never met her before?
No.
From your conversations with her that day, do you see that woman in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you just direct us to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing? That's a record of reflect identification kind of by the witness.
Okay.
Now, with respect to this woman, she's standing next to you when you're at the side of the stretcher, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations did you sort of initially make as far as her demeanor, or how was she sort of acting when you first started to engage?
She seemed very upset. Very upset.
And when you say she seemed very upset, what about her did you observe that made you say that?
Just her facial expressions. She was just visibly distraught.
And so as far as your questions, what type of questions are you asking, or what type of information are you looking for from this person?
So just basic demographic info, who the patient is, his name, his date of birth. And then as far as any more questioning, you're trying to gather information that would basically help explain how this person ended up in the scenario that they're in. So did he have any medical problems? Does he take any medications daily? Does he have any allergies to medications? I was asking those questions.
And as you're asking those questions, what, if anything, is the defendant Ms. Reed doing while you're asking those questions?
She answered who the patient was, his birthday. I think she answered the maybe some of those initial medical questions that I asked. But as I said, she's very distraught. She was kind of moving around the scene a little bit, so I was like just kind of following her, and then we came to a stop at one point, and I continued to ask one more question.
Was that one more question?
So at that point, I asked her if there had been any significant trauma that happened before this.
What, if anything, did she say?
So she said, I hit him. She repeated it. There was a woman standing across from her who I believe at that point said, you're hysterical. You need to calm down. You're hysterical. She repeated, I hit him. And there was a police officer who was in that vicinity kind of with us who replied, you what? She repeated it one more time. And that officer then signaled to somebody, get Goody down here, which I'm assuming would be the sergeant.
So when you have this conversation, if you recall,
Patty,
you mentioned that
interesting.
the other person who was across from you was just, was that somebody from your department?
Thank you for watching and joining us.
Officers,
If you are liking this, please like, comment.
So I was standing, Karen Reed was to my right. There was another woman to the left of me, kind of across from her. And then there was a police officer kind of not directly across from me, but within the same kind of area that was more closer to Karen, I would say.
You know who that officer was?
I don't.
You know who the female or civilian person that was across from you? You know what that person's name is?
No.
And with respect to when Ms. Reed said this repeatedly, I hit it. Can you describe for the jury sort of the tonality of that? Like, how did she?
Yep.
She was very, very upset. She seemed hysterical, I would even say. Just very upset.
But once you received that information, did you follow up with any other questions to Ms. Reed at that point?
At that point, I did not.
What do you mean hitting?
I have to drive the ambulance, so it's a time-sensitive situation. So I knew I had to drive the ambulance. It was said in the presence of the police officer, so I felt like that was the appropriate. That information was appropriately transferred, and I just felt based on her demeanor, I don't think it would have been productive for me to continue to ask her questions at that point.
How did you hit? It would have only taken a second.
Asking and receiving that answer of I hit him, where did you go?
So I went to the ambulance.
And in reference to the ambulance, did you go to the back of the ambulance, front of the ambulance? Where did you go?
So I went to the back of the ambulance where the patient care was happening.
And as far as the information that you had received from the defendant, did you relay that information to any of the other firefighters from your department?
Does it help him or does it hurt him, Sparkles?
And,
is it a good thing or a bad thing?
There in the back of the ambulance when you relayed that?
Tony was there, Tim, I think maybe Firefighter Kelly, Firefighter Walsh maybe might have been in there at that point.
He still needs to be careful. They've got to have a hearing to see if this is going to be released with or without prejudice.
When you get to the back of
he wants it
what,
with.
If anything, did you do with reference to
without means they can come back.
Assist or help as far as patient care with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't assist or partake in any patient care.
Now, prior to putting Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and prior to your conversation with the defendant, What, if any, observations had you made during the brief time that you were on the side of the stretcher of Mr. O'Keefe and any injuries you observed?
I noted he had injuries to his face. I noticed some blood from his nose, from his mouth, and most notably, he had some swelling to his eyes, mostly the right eye, and a laceration above the right eye.
And same as far as when you went to the back of the ambulance to relay the information that you have been asked to obtain. What, if any, injuries did you observe from Mr. O'Keefe once he was in the back?
Oh, I'm sorry. I observed those injuries in the back of the ambulance. I didn't observe those injuries while he was out on the stretcher. I didn't get a good look at him.
You really hadn't got a good look until you
Right.
came back.
Right.
Now, as far as you indicated, you drove the ambulance from Fairview. Where did you go to?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And as you were driving that ambulance along the roads from Canton to Brockton, what, if anything, did you note as far as visibility, road conditions, things like that?
There was poor visibility. The roads weren't plowed yet, so it was took probably longer than usual
It
based on the
explains
conditions.
You may say at the time.
And I apologize, but if I can take you just a step back further.
Understand. I'll be anxious to hear it.
Just in reference to when you're at the back of the ambulance, you indicated the injuries that you observed. What, if any, observations did you make as far as the clothing that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing?
I noted that he was wearing jeans. I noticed a lighter, like a black zip-up jacket or sweatshirt. It was like a lighter jacket. I noticed he had one sneaker on, and that was it.
You recall which foot the sneaker was on?
I don't.
All right, could I see counsel for a second, please?
Yeah, I think they're going to probably end. Y'all, this is definitely. I put this music on because they go dead. It's better. Also easier for my time stamping. Talking about George Kelly real quick. Yes, he was in fear of his life. He even stated in the recording statement at the police department during the interview that he'd been shot at 3 times, and once they shot his ear, just barely missing his head. So I believe he had reason to fear, y'all, in my humble opinion. Y'all, I really appreciate y'all that have stuck with me and you're on, and I so love each and every one of you for following me. I'm going to ask that you share this with your friends. I'm trying to build a good community here. Once I figure out what to do with this mic, I'm going to start signing and talking at the same time, but right now it's blocking my hands. That's hopefully will be fixed next week. I have a lapel mic, but I got to figure out how to use it in a way that sounds good and doesn't pick up all the stuff that the judge's mic is picking up. Her breathing, her desk banging, her writing on the desk, everything's being picked up. That is the brother and the mother to O'Keefe. I didn't see the father, but then again, I wasn't looking up. They may have skimmed past him. But he looked like his mama. Oh, okay. I wonder why he's not in court today. He didn't look like he felt well, honestly, and he may not mentally be able to handle it. Not everybody can. When my husband was going through his stuff, his father was deceased and his mother stayed in the hotel room reading books because she couldn't handle being in the room. And I had to sit outside because I was a witness. Per his attorney's request, not the court's. I know the law on that. So I wonder if we're going to get to the end of the day. This is supposed to be a half day. It looks like they're coming back. Everybody's readjusting. If she's innocent, I feel bad for her. But I can't believe worse more than anything. I can't believe they're bringing the children on as witnesses. Here we go.
I'm trying to figure out some logistical things because we're going to go on a view tomorrow. We're going to finish with the testimony first, and we'll go on the view after we finish with Firefighter McLaughlin's testimony. So, but a couple of things about the view. Please dress comfortably. I really appreciate everybody's dressing respectfully.
I guess they're going to do the view
Wear
tomorrow.
comfortable shoes at least for tomorrow. So those 3 cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know.
I want to go back
Before we
and
do, I'll
listen
give
to
you
her.
some preliminary instructions on that just before we leave. Thanks, so we'll see you tomorrow. And tomorrow's a full day.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, I'm going to go back and listen to that.
Asking her what type of, same as far as when.
I'm going to go back and listen because I want to hear the schedule. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, guess not. I didn't go back far enough. Let's go here. So they're going to go to the location tomorrow.
Case person will go. Case, if you happen to do
Forgive me, I'm trying to skew back.
finish. Just trying to figure out some logistical things because we're going to go on a view tomorrow. We're going to finish with the testimony first, and we'll go on the view after we finish with Firefighter.
So we do have court tomorrow.
So, but a couple of things about the view. Please dress comfortably. I really appreciate everybody's dressing respectfully for court.
Okay, so it sounds like we have court in the morning tomorrow, and then afternoon, they're going to go do the view. So we are done with this case for today. Didn't learn a whole lot from me other than the first witness was the one that kind of got me. The first witness. So I'm doing a timestamp. Interview video. Okay, so now we're going to jump over to the George Kelly interview. I'm going to share that screen. I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to close down this one. And we're going to watch this. I've been dying to hear from him. The only thing that concerns me with listening to him doing this is if he is still up for a possible if they have not decided whether it was with or without prejudice, this could hurt him. But I'm sure his lawyers have taken care of all that matter. So I'm getting it on my screen and we're going to watch live. So let me do that. I'm going to play it live.
Well, it's good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you in your home.
I'm going to take me off the screen.
Good to be in my home.
Yeah, probably a lot more comfortable than having those cameras in your face, but we have cameras now.
This is great.
It's a little bit different setup, but it's all to talk about what happened. It's all to talk about you.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest and most important piece is what do we need to know about George Allen Kelly? Who are you? Right? Because all of America got to see what they wanted to see or bits and pieces of what the state and the defense was putting out there. But who are you? Who do we need to know? What do we need to know about George Allen?
Well, I think probably the most important thing, you got to start at the beginning. I was born on a farm in North Carolina. My father was a dairy farmer and a cotton farmer. I grew up on a farm. I worked there until I went to school. and my father left me on the steps of Wake Forest in 1967. And he said, son, what are you going to do when you get out? I said, I don't know, but I'm not going to ever milk another cow again as long as I live. So I went to college and graduated from college. Before that, I met my wife in high school. We were high school sweethearts. We went through the 11th and 12th grade. I went to Wake Forest. She went to Appalachian. I toughed it out for a year at Wake Forest, and I missed her so much I transferred to Appalachian. And we finished our college education there. She was a school teacher. I was in biology, and she graduated a year before I did, because she's a year older than I am. And
so
she went and teach. She put me through the last year of school. As soon as I graduated, instead of going to vet school, somehow she got pregnant. I don't really know. We've been married a year. And so she told me, and so we had to go to work. So I went to work for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Oh, that's funny.
As a fishery biologist, they sent me to the Great Smoky Mountain National Park, Gatlinburg, Tennessee. And from there, I worked 7 years, and then was transferred to Montana, where I was a fishery biologist on the Bighorn River for several years. And then that river, which flowed through the middle of the Crow Indian Reservation, was in a Supreme Court case where the state of Montana was claiming it was their river, and the Crow tribe was claiming it was their river. I was working for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which provided technical assistance to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And so I was basically working for the Crow tribe. It went to the Supreme Court. It went through all the cases up to the Supreme Court. The state won every case, but when it got to the Supreme Court and everybody expected to win again, it didn't. And it went over to the state because it was declared a navigable river, because it would float an 18-foot log, 18 inches in diameter, and navigable rivers are property of the state. So at that point in time, I was a project leader, and so I had to go to a regional office, which I'd had to go into Denver, Boston,
Y'all,
Atlanta,
I have the very
like
same
that.
cowboy hat.
And I said, no, I can't take that. And so
Because it was a city, or
it was a big city,
yeah.
and I just couldn't handle it.
It's in
So
the
my
other
wife quit teaching, pulled out her retirement. I left Fish and Wildlife Service. We built Eagle Nest Lodge on the Bighorn River, which was the first lodge on the most prolific trout stream in the whole world. We built the lodge, and we ran it for 20 years, and then we sold it. And my wife's dream was to come to Arizona, and I promised her that if I lived 20 years if she would live 20 years in Montana with me, I would take her to Arizona. So we moved here 25 years ago, and bought a ranch, and started running horses and cattle, and it's exactly what we're doing to this day.
Mm-hmm. Now, it was Wanda's dream to come to Arizona,
Yes.
but it quickly turned into a nightmare for you guys.
On January the 30th, 2023, it turned in from a paradise into a nightmare. So,
and kind of walk me through what happened from your perspective. And these are the windows that you actually saw the individuals running by that started this whole ordeal. Alan, tell me about that day.
Well, it started out just like any other day. That morning, I went outside and checked on the cattle and the horses, and came back in about 1:30.
You have a right to
standing
that
right
opinion.
over there at the kitchen, and made
nice.
myself a peanut butter, pineapple, and mayonnaise sandwich.
I'm going to try that one day.
Hey, Wanda, give me a bottle of water.
That's a real kind of sandwich? You put peanut butter, pineapple, and mayonnaise
Everybody
on a
to
sandwich?
his own taste, said the old woman as she kissed the cow. So that's what I like, and that's what I ate. And so while I was making that sandwich and eating it, I looked out these two windows, and that's when I saw
I got it, y'all. I have a grandpa that is just like this man. He's deceased now, but very similar in build, very similar in every way. I mean, it's like I'm sitting here watching my grandpa speak. Ran at what? You want to
Group of men
rephrase that, Raynette, Kevin?
moving from left to right, right across here. I told my wife, and I may get this out of order because at that particular time you're not sitting. Well, I'm doing this on this minute and this on this minute, but basically, called Border Patrol, told them what was happening, saw people with rifles right outside the window, heard a shot, had my AK-47 by the door, picked it up, went outside, saw the 5 in front of me. 2 of them had I only looked at one, the lead guy. He had a rifle and he had a big backpack.
I will.
Wanda saw later to find out she saw that 2 of them did. When I walked out,
what did you mean?
I slammed the heavy security door, made a heck of a noise. He turned towards me and pointed the AK at me. And that's when everybody said it was the dumbest thing I ever did.
All right, guys, I'm going to say something right here. I have no problem with you saying someone's guilty. I have no problem saying that you don't agree. But I have a problem when you get to be rude, obnoxious. Okay? And we don't go about white. We don't talk about race. It's fine to say you don't agree, but you don't go racial and you don't go belligerent or rude. You can say, I don't agree with what happened, and I'll respect that. But you got to be respectful of me, my watchers, and my channel.
They said you should have shot him because he was getting ready to shoot you.
We don't put race in this.
I don't know why, but I said, nah, I'm not going to do it.
I'm gonna go back a little, y'all.
Went outside, saw the 5 in front of me. 2 of them had I only looked at one, the lead guy. He had a rifle and he had a big backpack. Wanda saw later to find out she saw that 2 of them did. When I walked out, I slammed the heavy security door, made a heck of a noise. He turned towards me and pointed the AK at me. And that's when everybody said it was the dumbest thing I ever did. They said you should have shot him because he was getting ready to shoot you. I don't know why, but I said, nah, I'm not going to do it. I'm just not going to do it. So I shot over the trees, over top of his head, and thank God him and the other guys ran. And they ran off, and I waited until they got away, and I'm calling Border Patrol, said they're running the other way, shots fired, send people out here, send Border Patrol, send the sheriff, whoever, get them out here. And so they all came out, and I waited here waiting for them to come, and maybe 15 minutes later, I don't really know, I got on my road and followed the road to my barn to make sure the cattle were all right, the horse was all right, the barn was okay.
Typical ranch.
When I was walking out, I looked at the horse and made sure, went up to the horse, the dogs, I've got dogs, or hunting dogs, they're Labrador retrievers, and walked up there, and they covered the whole area, and I wanted to make sure nobody was still there, hiding in the bushes or anything like that, and it appeared that everybody was gone. So I walked to the barn, and then the Border Patrol came, and first I saw them. They were walking, and they came up from the barn to me and started talking. Then the sheriff's deputies, 2 to start with, a gentleman and a lady, they came and basically asked me what happened, and I told them. Then 2 more deputies came, told them what happened. Then I'd learned later that when they came here first and they talked to Wanda, And then they went out and they searched the area all in front of where the people were walking. They didn't see anything. So we basically considered that, everybody's gone. And so they left.
And they were out here for about an hour or two.
2 hours.
2 hours.
Yeah, maybe from, I don't know. I think it was 1:30 when I was eating a sandwich.
Yeah.
They might have only been here for an hour and a half. So I came back here and got in my chair and I took a nap. Checked on Sonny again, make sure the horse was okay, and he was fine. Took a nap, and then as it was in January, so it was starting to get dark at 4:30 or 5 o'clock. Went out because I always put Sonny up in the paddock at night in his pasture and feed him. Went out and
Hey, Jack.
to get him, and as I was approaching the horse, the dogs ran off, and I could tell that they're hunting dogs, and I could tell that they were trailing. And I figured they found a skunk because they started working around in a circle like dogs do when they see a skunk. And I didn't want them to get squirted. So
yeah, that's a pain.
I went up to them and to try to get them away from where I thought a skunk was. And I saw a body. It was lying face down, back up in the dirt, face down in the dirt, and the back up, camouflage, backpacks, tactical shoes, tan pants, and I backed off immediately. The dogs, of course, they were sniffing because they were interested in. They nudged the leg of the gentleman, and it was stiff. You could tell rigor had already set in. So we backed off. Call the
This
Border
is
Patrol
George
again.
Kelly.
They call the sheriff, dispatcher, back and forth. And then the deputies came out. I had put a flashlight where the body was, so we could find it. And they said, where's the body? I said, I got a flashlight on it. Will you take it to us? So I took them out.
I'm going to pause. Jack, they're done for today. You can go back and watch my live again. I'll be off here as soon as this is done playing, but they are done for the day. They'll be back at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I think the judge didn't say exactly what time. And then at 2 o'clock, the jury is going to go do a looky-loo at the house and where the victim was found. So I'm sorry you missed it, but court is over for today. But if you would like to continue, this is Mr. George Kelly, whose trial ended in a mistrial. He is being interviewed. He's the rancher who was accused of shooting an illegal. Or you can rewatch my live. I thank you so much.
To where the body was, and they said, "Okay, you go with one of the officers back to
Thank
the
you, Miss Kevin.
patrol car, and stay there, and we'll start the
Gatlinburg's Grace
investigation
been there
or whatever."
many times.
So I went back to the car, and some 30 minutes later, the officer was talking to another officer on his radio, and he said, "Okay, take everything out of your pocket, everything, and put it on the seat of my patrol car."
Okay, Miss Kevin.
And I said, "Okay." And I took it out, put it on the seat of the patrol car, and then a few minutes later, he said, "Hold out your hands," and he put handcuffs on me. And I didn't know what was going on. I could not conceive what was happening. I didn't understand the logic of it. And so he said, "We're taking you in for questioning." And at the same time, there were officers questioning Wanda, my wife, and they took her and locked her into a patrol car. She couldn't get out. She was locked in.
Yep.
She didn't know what was going on either.
Unlawfully detained.
So I walked.
And you guys weren't communicating.
They wouldn't let us communicate. They wouldn't let me talk. They wouldn't let me come up to the house from the very beginning. I asked several times to come get a drink of water, to come get another jacket because it was getting cold. And they said, "Nope, you got to stay right here." And I didn't I didn't argue. I did exactly what they said to do.
That's
exactly
his
the way
generation.
they said to do it.
Respectful.
But then I saw my wife was up here, and I even hollered, I turn on the light so everybody can see better. And she did. And then I saw them take her and put her in the car. And I didn't know why they were doing that. But then they handcuffed me and they put me in a patrol car. And they said, you're going to jail or to be interrogated. So I went in and 2 deputies interrogated me. I told them what happened. They accused me of shooting. The guy said, no, I didn't shoot him. And they said, well, we think you did. And we're arresting you for first-degree murder. And they hauled me off to jail. And that was in like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't remember.
And they didn't have a bullet.
They didn't have anything.
An investigation.
So, I didn't know what they did or didn't have, but I found out later they didn't have anything. I knew there wasn't anything tying me to it. But they took me to jail, interrogated me, arrested me, and then they put me in a holding room, which had no bed, nothing, and it was cold. And I spent the night on the floor. And I'm 70. I was 74 years old then, and that was pretty. I mean, I'd never experienced anything like that.
Inhumane.
I'd never been in trouble or anything like that in my life.
I'd be
They
suing.
had you sleeping on the concrete floor.
On the floor.
Prison.
No, they didn't have me sleeping. They just put me in there. They didn't care where I went to sleep or not.
Because it was 2 a.m. So
They'd
obviously you're gonna
they'd
go back.
already stripped me down. They'd already put me into a jumpsuit, orange jumpsuit, taking photographs of me in every condition, and right down to nothing, which was kind of humiliating. But at the same time, they put me in there, and then about 7 o'clock the next morning, they took and they put me in a cell block with double bunks in each one, and there didn't happen to be one in the cell they put me in. But the word had gotten out to the grapevine, to the jail grapevine, what had happened, and I was in jail and arrested for murder. A lot of the inmates would come by the door of the jail, and I'd have there's a glass in front of it, and they said, "You're in trouble. You're in real trouble." And when the deputy came one time and was transporting me to another room for another question and answer, they were hollering out "dead man walking." And at that point in time, I said, "You guys got to put me in some type of isolation, some type of protective custody." So they put me in another cell block with single, not double bunks, just single bunks. But I still had to sleep on a steel slab. They didn't give you any pillows, not enough blankets to cover a 6-foot guy.
And you were in there for 22 days.
For 22 days.
What?
And I've had a good life, but I've had a hard life. Those 22 days, if hell is anything like that, I'm going to do everything I can not to go. That was the
all right,
22
we got to
days
do
of my life.
I'm DEFCON red now, y'all.
The treatment was
I'm pissed.
horrible. The food was good, but everything else was bad. They wouldn't even give me water sometimes to swallow my medication.
What?
You got a bath hour out once a day, and you got a bath that basically gave you 30 seconds of water, and that was it. So that drug on, and I couldn't even talk to my wife or my attorney or anybody for 4 days. And then finally got taken into the court, and they said, "Do you have an attorney?" "No." "Well, we'll appoint one for you temporarily." And it was Brenna Larkin. And I met with her and told her what happened, and she said, "Well, you have a good defensible case." And I said, I need an attorney. Would you think about representing me? She said, I'll think about it. And said, I'll come back tomorrow. She came back the next day. She said, yes. So I hired her as our attorney, and went back and went to the judge, and he said, I'm going to put $1 million cash bond on you. I said, well, what does that mean? He said, you got to come up with $1 million cash. No surety.
Now.
No $100,000 down, $1 million cash. He said, do you have $1 million cash? I said, what? No. He said, are you indigent? I said, what's your definition of indigent? He said, if you got $25,000, you aren't indigent. I said, well, I think I could probably scrape that up. He said, well, I'll give you an attorney until you decide exactly what you want to do. And
Sorry, I'm deaf on red if you see the color behind me.
It went from there, and the rest is just a matter of 12, 14 months of two 74, 75-year-old people trying to figure out what was going to happen with their life. Was I going to prison for the rest of my life? What was going to happen to my wife? She was out here by herself. We had cattle. We had everything to do. And so luckily we had friends that took care of my wife until finally the judge reduced the bail to a surety. So if we could scrape up $100,000, then the bail bondsman would cover the rest. So we mortgaged everything we had to cover his investment. And then I got out after 22 or 23 days and started the process that lasted 14 months. Ended yesterday.
God almighty.
And basically, we're trying to start our life over again. We're still living in the same place. We're still faced with the same threats. The border's still where it's at. The cartel is still active. They know where I live. They got guns. They kill people all the time on both sides.
Yep.
And we're just hoping we can survive until we figure out something to do that takes us out of danger. And I don't know where and how and when we're going to do it because we have no funds. We've spent everything we had. We spent our life savings. It's gone. So.
Mm-hmm. But you don't want to stay here.
Well, I don't feel like that it would be fair to my wife to stay here. You got to think about somebody else besides yourself. I'm old enough that I've lived in a place like this all my life. I'm not afraid to exist here, but I know that it's a definite risk, and I should realize that the next time it could be my life and my wife's life.
See, for those of you who don't live anywhere near the border, I do. I'm not as close as he is. They will kill him for just this whole case situation. The cartel will put a hit on him if they haven't already. Just saying.
And I have to put that in consideration, and therefore we have to leave. And it's just a matter of figuring out how to do it. But it's amazing. My wife, unbeknownst to me, because I was in jail, she set up a fund, a Christian fund through Give, Send, Go, and people from $2 to $10,000 donated enough money to keep us afloat, at least to keep the attorneys employed for a period of time. So here we are. I'm a free man now, but that cloud's still over my head, and I've still got to deal with it. And it's going to be it's still a long battle. It's a long road, and we're not out of danger yet, but we're not giving up. I'm not going to let them beat me down. I don't feel like that I was treated fairly in the investigation. I think I was arrested without cause, without probable cause. And evidently the jury did too, because they voted 7-1 not guilty. And as of yesterday, the prosecutor dropped the case.
And you guys will be pursuing something else down the road, most likely. But right now, we're not really discussing what's next in the legal side for you. But there are some issues that
there are legal issues that have to be addressed over the next year or so, and we'll cross those bridges when we come to them.
Yeah.
So
there are a couple of things that I want to touch on when during the whole play-by-play kind of what happened. Let's go back to the moment where the guy points the gun at you.
Right.
You got very emotional there when you, in your mind and yourself, made the decision not to act right then and there. Why did that elicit an emotional response from you? Why did that moment saying, I'm not going to do it, did that make you emotional?
Because I knew if I'd shot him at that close range, I'd kill him. Or he would kill me, or there was no was not going to be any winner there.
No win-win.
It was going to be a loss. Somebody was going to get killed, either me or him. So for some reason, I just decided, well, let's throw the dice and hope they don't come up snake eyes. And it worked. It worked.
Long term, right? But the snake eyes were kind of there over the last 15 months.
Yes.
They were threatening you, right? Staring right at you.
It worked just to get that group out and run off, and they were gone. And I thought everything was over. I do not know why that when they searched the area that the body wasn't found. Mm-hmm. Because my dogs hadn't found it when I went out there initially.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
And then when I went out there the second time, they went right to it.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of unknowns here. I don't know what happened.
Now I do have to ask you, because I'm a journalist. If I don't ask you this, I'm being negligent.
Fine.
Did you do it?
No, without a doubt, no. And the facts prove it. The evidence prove it. There's nothing to tie me to it. Period. Yes, I fired my gun, and I fired it as warning shots. And however, the Mr. Butamea, who's, I have the utmost sympathy for his family. They lost their husband, they lost their father.
Yep.
And I know how it would be if I lost mine, because I did 35 years ago. So I feel for them. But I didn't. It's not my fault. I didn't do it. Somebody else is responsible for that, and whoever is going to have to live with it. They know who they are, and they're going to have to live with it. And that's not something that I'm going to have to live with. I feel sorry for them because, they're the ones that they know. And
you don't have that guilt.
No, I don't have it. That's their burden to bear, not mine.
Now, would you have done anything differently? Would you have, if you could go back, right? Hindsight's always 20/20. Would you go back and not have fired a single shot? Would you go back and not have called the cops? Would you have done anything differently as this unfolded, knowing what you know now? There might have been some minor things, some words I would have used differently, but as far as the actions I took, I wouldn't change a thing. I found the body. I knew there was a dead person on my ranch in front of my house, 115 yards. It turned out to be. I knew that was a law enforcement issue, and I knew that I had to inform it. That was something. That was my responsibility as a citizen. That a crime had been committed. I mean, the guy was there. He was dead. I didn't know he'd been shot because I didn't see any blood or anything on him. I just knew there was a dead person there.
And
in the 911 calls, she even asked you if there's any coloring, and you
yeah,
couldn't
I said,
identify
yeah.
any blood on
I
you
said
then
I
either.
didn't identify any blood, but
Yeah.
I knew that the foul play probably had something to do with it. So it wasn't like he just, came there and just fell over dead. And so
You had the
I called
gunshot
law
earlier
enforcement
that
and
day.
went from there because it was what you're supposed to do.
Well, and you've had many interactions with law enforcement, with Border Patrol, the ranch
Oh, yes.
liaison. You've
For
had
20
people
years.
on your property.
For 20 years.
This isn't a this doesn't ever happen here situation.
No, it's never. I mean, it's happened before. I've reported incidents before. A lot of incidents of Border Patrol. There have been occasions when I reported that I was shot at, and
So you were shot at in the past as well
in
on
the
this
last
property?
3 or 4 years. And the first time I wasn't even armed.
Wow.
And it's a miracle they didn't kill me. But this wasn't, the only difference between here is that I was out on the ranch then. It was just me against them. If they'd have shot me, I'd been the only one that died. But if they'd have done something here, they could perhaps have killed me and my wife. And I wasn't going to let that happen.
The card. That's why he went outside.
I hope
He
that
wanted
the
to
warning
protect his life.
shots would discourage him, and it did. I don't know what would have happened if it hadn't. He probably would have shot me, and I'd have been dead, and I wouldn't have to worry about it. But my wife would have had to worry about it. And if they kill me right there on my own front, they'd come in and they'd kill her too, because she'd be a witness to it.
Now, with your property, there were a lot of conversations with people in Nogales and in the Keno Springs area who know about this area and know what happens out here. Do you believe that the cartel wanted your land? Do you believe that they wanted to be able to run drugs and people through your property and kind of get you out of the way?
They've been running drugs and people through my property since 2021. For the last 3 years, 21, 22, and 23, leading up to that day, the influx of what I considered to be, they were in paramilitary uniform, either camouflage or black or whatever, carrying backpacks, carrying rifles.
Cartel.
That went from basically only occasional to something that happened probably on a weekly basis. I found camps, 3 or 4 camps on the ranch where there were all kinds of paraphernalia, black water bottles, everything under the sun, big camps where you could tell that they had set up and spent the night there, maybe spent it several days. This ranch is not flat. You can't see everything. And they were hidden in the arroyos, but when I would be out looking at the cattle or trying to find calves or something, I would find them. And I would immediately call Border Patrol. They came out. I probably found 50 pairs of carpet boots, which the drug runners run to keep from leaving tracks. So all that, and it all intensified, but 21, 22, and right up to the day. The 4 years prior to that, I saw very little. 8 years, there were more, but that period of time between 2016 and 2020, there was almost no activity. But it's just like,
they go in spurts. That's
the
not
world turned
uncommon.
over in January of 2021, and it's like somebody said, okay, you can start coming through here. So they established a regular route. This was their established route, and I was in the way. And I'm sure they wished that I wasn't there, because I would report the Border Patrol every time I saw them. And I'm sure a lot of them come through at night. They'd come through. I probably only saw one of every 100 groups that came through. But I saw their tracks. I saw what they left, so I knew they had been here.
And they're getting picked up right on the end of your road.
I don't know. I didn't follow anybody.
I've seen where they kind of get picked up on the road.
Well, the local people said, yeah, they went to Duquesne Road and they all got picked up there or dropped their drugs or whatever. So that's.
Now, obviously, out here, you're in a very remote area. You do lean on law enforcement. You need law enforcement to be around.
Exactly.
That's a trusted thing, a mutual respect that sounds like you've kind of built up over the last 20 plus years. How do you feel about law enforcement in this area now, though, with what happened to you? Do you trust Sheriff Hathaway? Do you feel safe in your community?
No.
I'll say this. No, I do not feel safe in my home or on my ranch. I don't feel like that. Number one, I don't feel there are enough Border Patrol agents to help me. And they can't get here on a moment's notice. If I call them, and even if they got here in 15 minutes, I mean, I could be dead and start turning stiff in 15 minutes. My wife could be dead too. As far as the Santa Cruz County Sheriff Department, unless I called them, I never saw them out here. They never patrol the area. I never saw them, period. So I knew I couldn't depend on them. I know now I can't depend on them, and I'm not. I'll call them. I'll call Border Patrol, but I know that that they weren't there for those years, and I don't know that they're going to be there now. And with the trial and with what came out in the trial, I didn't see any indication that they were interested in protecting me at all. So we're still on our own, and the only person that's going to stand between me and my death and my wife's death is me. Sure, the Border Patrol are going to help, and I'm sure the Sheriff's Department now, with all that's going on, they'll come out. But like I said, 15 minutes.
You'll be rested again.
And they're not regularly patrolling. There's not enough Border Patrol agents here. They've all been pulled out. Where there's one, there used to be 100. And so in the past, they would be here without me calling. They would come through the area, on a regular basis, just checking for tracks or people or whatever. And
yes,
starting in 21 and 22,
Sparkles, you hit the nail on the head.
They weren't here. They were gone.
So traffic picked up and Border Patrol
right.
kind of
and I asked them, I said, where? I said, well, they all went to Texas or somewhere. They pulled them all out. They're not here anymore. So, and I was told a couple of times, one by a retired Santa Cruz County deputy. I was told, he said, you're in no man's land. You're on your own. And he was right. I found out that day he was right. But it led me and my wife into 14 months of hell. And we're not out of it yet.
Nope.
You said you don't feel safe on your ranch. Do you feel like that the cartel is still coming for you? Do you feel threatened? Do you feel, I mean, you obviously have Christian here. You have one of your ranch hands here. That's not only a friend, but keeping an eye on you guys.
Christian is a friend. He's not a ranch hand.
Okay.
He's not an employee. He's a friend.
He's a friend.
He's our backbone.
And he is watching you guys and watching the house.
He took care of Wanda while I was in jail, him and his brother Edwin.
What a wonderful guy.
So you don't feel safe. So explain why he's here right now.
Because he's helping me. He's another pair of eyes. And he knows what to look for. This ain't his first rodeo. He's been here. He lived here. He's grown up here. He's seen everything that's going on. And he knows.
Good for you.
He knows what suspicious. He knows what to say. Okay, Alan, look, this is happening. You need to be careful. So yeah.
He watches your back.
He watches our back. And he and his brother took care of my wife while I was in jail. So without him and the people in the village was a mile from here, his parents, his uncle, the community is in that small community. They've done what they can, but they can't risk their own life. I mean, they live a mile away. We live out here in the middle of nowhere. They can't be out here watching for us. So basically we're on our own.
Has the community been supportive? Have you felt like people are supporting you, or what has
yes
happened?
And no.
Do you feel like there's more people that
they all have
the village is a small community a mile from here.
Go on,
and I don't know how many people live
Love
there.
you. Have a great day. Thank you.
There's quite a few houses, at least 100, I would think. They know what's going on, and they keep their eyes out. eyes open. They warn me if they see it in time, they'll call and say, Alan, somebody's headed down your road or something like that. So I depend on them more than I do any law enforcement because they've got my back. They're here. And if I needed them and call them, they would be here in an instant. But if I did that, maybe they'd get killed too. And I'd have that on my conscience. So
do you believe that's how dangerous this is? That's the reality.
It's no belief. I know it. People don't understand it. People that live even 5 miles away from the border, they don't understand it. They don't understand the threat. They don't understand the cartel. They don't understand what's happening. They have no idea. They say, okay, if it's not in my backyard, then it's not happening. They're ostriches that stick in their head in the sand because it is happening. And it's happening to this whole country. And that's not some hysterical vigilante conservative.
Nope, he's
that's
real.
An individual who's seen it. And if you've seen it, you know it's happening.
He's been shot at, for God's sake.
It's not some figment of your imagination. You aren't dreaming up some scenario just so you can be some hero. You're trying to survive. And that's what we've tried to do. And we're still doing it. We do it today. We got to do it tomorrow and the next day. It's not going to go away. And as long as we're here, we're facing the same thing. If we leave and stayed away for a period of time, I'd come back. I wouldn't expect to see the house here. It'd be burnt to the ground.
Yep.
That would be my expectation. And cattle slaughtered. I don't have any faith that anything would be left.
So do you think someone's going to buy the house? And what would you tell any potential buyers that are looking at the house?
I don't think that in all good conscience I could sell it. I mean, you can't put somebody in a situation and try to tell them, oh, you'll be fine here. No, you won't be fine here.
Good man.
Probably nobody would ever buy the house. Somebody might buy the ranch just to run cattle on it and live somewhere else. And that way they wouldn't be putting themselves in danger. But I don't.
The cattle will get slaughtered if someone's not there.
Would ever, unless things change. Things can change. They can be like they were in 21. I mean, in 16 and 17 and 18 and 19 and 20. They can be that way, and then I would not feel uncomfortable at all living here or recommending somebody else lived here, but not since 21, 22, and 23, and even now today, this very day. It's not safe here. It's not safe for anybody.
So under this administration, with the way that the immigration crisis
don't put politics in
this.
this.
It's not safe for anyone.
Well, I don't want to sound political because this isn't a political situation to me, but it is what it is. Anybody with their eyes open can see. They saw what happened in 2021.
Yeah.
And they can figure it out for themselves. If they can't, then they're just trying to, like I said, stick their head in the sand and just play like it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And it does.
I mean, we've been covering it, right, for almost 3 years. So we know at News Nation as well what the problems are down here. When it comes to the trial, obviously 14, 15 months of your life, you told me that you have been thinking a lot. You told me that in the courtroom the other day. And I said, I want you to wait to tell me what you've been thinking about. So tell me, what have you been thinking about over the last 14 months? What's been playing through your head? What fears, what hopes, what have you been thinking about, Alan?
Well, when you do the thinking is at night, when you get in bed. During the day, there's so much going on in the last 14 months with attorneys and with hearings and motions. You're basically
living for the next court day.
You're in a legal world, which is, quite intimidating, and at the same time, it's interesting. But every once in a while, you got to realize that you're the target. You're not some bystander just looking at this happening. You aren't somebody sitting in the courtroom in the gallery. You're the guy sitting on the defense table. You're the guy they're after. You're the guy that they're going to they could send to prison. And if they send a 75-year-old guy to prison, remember, first-degree murder, that's death sentence. They reduced it to second-degree murder, 28 years or something like that. That's a death sentence. Then they reduced it or added aggravated assault. I was offered a plea for as little as 4 years 2 months ago. Of course, I denied it, turned it down.
Why'd you deny it?
Because I didn't do anything. I'm not going to admit to doing something just so I can spend 4 years in prison rather than taking a chance of spending 28 or 23 years in prison.
4
I
years
didn't do
would be
it,
a
and I'm
death
not
sentence
going to
at his
serve.
age.
I'm not going to volunteer and to say that I did it just to cut the number of years. Because if I went to prison and the individuals that were in prison, the same people that told me dead man walking, I doubt I'd last a week. So I didn't have any choice. This was life and death.
Yes.
If this case hadn't been dismissed, if I'd been found guilty, I don't care if it for 1 week, I was a dead man, and I knew I was.
Did you at any point think, I'm going to prison? I'm the nails in the coffin. I'm going.
Yeah.
Of course, you think about it. You can't help but think about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know that you shouldn't be. You know that it's not right. But look at all the people that have been sent to prison that were not guilty. And if it could happen to them, it could happen to me. And I knew that. And I knew what I was facing in a situation, in this environment that we're in right now in regards to the border issues. I knew there was a lot of feelings, hard feelings on both sides. And I didn't know what kind of jury I was going to get. I didn't know if they'd listen to the facts or they would just say, this guy's guilty, and I know he's guilty before the trial even started. And if I ended up with a jury like that, then yeah, I could have gone to prison, and that would have been the end of me. And my wife and I have been married 54 years. I think she would just died the day. If I went into prison, I think she'd just die.
Yep.
we've
That's
never been
realistic
apart.
fear.
We don't live separate lives. We married for better or worse. And we've had hard times and we've had good times, but we've always been together. And we've never been separated. We don't take separate vacations. We're together all the time. She has to put up with me, which is hard enough. But we've stayed together. We're not any good apart. I'm no good without her, and she didn't want to be without me either.
God, he loves his wife. I wish someone loved me like that.
That's what it is, and that's how it's been. And I just thank God that those 7 people in that jury saw me for what I was and didn't see me for what I wasn't, and could see that this guy's not. He's not guilty. He doesn't belong in prison. He didn't do this. And we're going to set him free. And they did. They did all they could. And the prosecutor, they dropped the case. They didn't have any choice. They knew if they retried it, probably end up same thing or maybe all 8 vote not guilty. So they dropped it. We're hoping that it will be dismissed with prejudice, which means they can't bring it back up. They can't go back and manufacture any evidence or anything like that to try to drag it back up again.
Amen.
Because that is a possibility.
That's a
right now, right?
possibility. It is. And we've got to be prepared for that and protect that. But
Are you prepared for that?
well, the both attorneys and the judge are we'll be working on that over the next week or two, and we're hoping and praying that it'll come back dismissal with prejudice, which means they can't bring it back up, because there's a lot of people that wanted me to go to prison, and they're determined, and they might not give up.
How did that feel when you heard them, those people protesting, when you got out of court yesterday? How did that feel? I know you well enough to know on your face that wasn't an easy thing for you to go through that.
I can't imagine. I've been there.
Your condolences are to
my
the family.
ex-husband.
When they were shouting those things at you, how did
I
that
know
make
how
you
it
feel?
feels.
They didn't know the truth. And a lot of times, if you don't know the truth, you'll say things and do things that you wouldn't normally do if you knew the truth. They didn't know it. They were uninformed. They'd only heard what somebody else wanted them to hear, what somebody else told them. They weren't in the trial. They didn't sit there. They didn't listen to the non-existent evidence. So I don't hold anything against them.
True.
I have, as I said yesterday, I have severe sympathy for the family. Like I said, they lost their father. They lost their husband. They lost somebody that was important to them. And
But
so
in the end,
I
he
have
was breaking the law and knew he could get killed.
But
I got to stop. That's a risk that the victim took. He was breaking the law, and there's always a risk of getting killed. They know that. That's a risk they take. Doesn't mean I'm not
I didn't
sympathetic.
make him come here.
Just reality.
I didn't make him do whatever he was doing.
There you go.
And I didn't kill him. And so I can see where they might blame me because they have no other way, nobody else to blame, because no investigation was ever conducted to look at all the other possibilities of how this individual died.
There was several.
And so they only have me because I was the only one that was ever accused of anything.
And they gave someone asylum here in the U.S. for what
I
testifying.
don't get to thank anybody. Period. It was a horrible situation, and I feel bad for the family, and I feel bad for those people who really reacted without knowing the truth.
Can
And I
you
hope
hear my
maybe one
fan
day
blowing on the microphone?
they'll figure out what the truth is, and then they can leave their hate behind. I don't have any hate. I never have. I mean, I don't like the fact that my wife and I have had to gone through what we've gone through, but
thank you, Maud.
To try to hate somebody for something that happened to you, it's not gonna help. My faith doesn't include the word hate, and I'm not going to let that control my life. Hate starts with an H, but so does hope, and that's the word that I live by, is hope and faith. God's got my wife and I here this far, and He's going to take us the rest of the way too.
Amen.
But it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a struggle, and it's not over. But like I said, it is what it is, and it'll be what it'll be. And that's just the way what I've got to live with.
Y'all, he will get his.
Something that you said, and we'll wrap this up pretty soon here because I know.
I want to say he will, if he hasn't already, he will get his bond payment back, the $100,000. That will come back to him. No, wait a minute. Maybe not. Because if he paid a bonding agency, he doesn't get it back. But if he paid the full $100,000 himself, then he'll get it back.
So that you've been talking a lot, and I appreciate your transparency with me, and you willing to talk with us. we talk about people don't know the truth, right? You hear these tapes being played where you call him an animal, right? We know these tapes. We've heard it over and over.
Right, right.
And that sticks out to people,
Sure,
right? Because they go, oh my gosh, he's calling this human being
Right.
an animal.
And I understand.
And I know you do.
Why is
so
your
talk
sound
a little
so
bit about
garbled?
that kind of
Is
moment.
it garbled on your side?
And kind of explain it to people if you're willing, if you can.
I think her mic
I understand how they feel and why they feel. I'm a biologist. I was trained pre-med, pre-vet. And everything on earth is an animal, a vegetable, or a mineral. I'm an animal. I'm not calling anybody anything that I'm not. I'm not a vegetable. I'm not a mineral. Therefore, I'm an animal. I didn't say I was a dog. I didn't say I was a cow. I just said I am an animal. And so when I was describing that individual, it was on a biological term.
That's on them, not me.
I didn't want
Sorry.
anybody to think that, that I didn't understand what I had found. But at the same time, I was standing out in the dark by a body. I didn't know who was around me. I didn't want to say the word human body because I didn't know what might happen as a result of those words coming out.
So it wasn't just about.
I nailed it on the head.
Yourself, but it was also about you don't know if
I don't know.
Cartel right there listening to you.
I
got a body right here, and then they're going to off you because you killed one of their guys.
Exactly. I didn't know. I mean, all that was in the unknown, and I felt that was the safest term to use. It wasn't said in a degrading, connotation. I wasn't belittling. I wasn't making light of the fact that this poor individual was lying there dead. I was just trying to handle a situation where I wasn't going to be lying right beside him dead. So that's the reason I use those terms. And I understand where it sounded like I was being, not sympathetic, but that wasn't my intent. That wasn't why I used that word. It had nothing to do with it. I was just trying to at least get across to the people who I was talking to that, and I eventually told them, I said, it's a body. It's a body. Do you understand what I mean? It's a body. Get somebody out here. Get a deputy out here. Get some protection out here. I don't know what's still out here. Just quit asking me questions and get deputies out here. Get Border Patrol. Get somebody out here to protect us. And I didn't want to sit there and argue with them about vocabulary and what particular word I was using or anything like that. So that was my objective.
And they use that many times against you, right?
Yeah,
so,
they did.
I think, are we running? Is that dead? I'm like, I think that's dead.
So
like, I think we killed that camera.
I've never gone as long. We've actually killed the camera.
I know. I'm like, I have so much more to talk to you about too, but I think that we got mostly everything. Unless there's something I didn't ask you, Alan. Is there anything that, or Wanda, that you can think of, or Christian, is there anything that I didn't ask Alan that he needs to make sure is out there? I mean, I think that you did a great job with the Give, Send, Go information too. So was there anything you missed or that we missed? I think it was one of the most magnificent conversations that I've had with an adult human being, and in the space that is so impossible to have that conversation. So thank you for your honesty with us, because you don't have to do that, and for showing everybody exactly who you are is the most important thing.
Every time you tell a story, it makes it a little easier.
Yeah.
So it helps me to get it out.
Yep. Sure does.
Well, I'm glad that you trust us to be somebody that can be a catalyst to get that out, to help too.
Well, you guys have been with me all the way from the beginning. So
always. And we'll be with you as the ride continues, my friend. I'm excited to see where you guys put new roots. We're gonna have to come along to housewarming party.
Yeah, you will.
News Nation.
They may not sell.
The Kelly moving van.
Yeah.
Market.
That'll be a thing.
May not sell.
Yeah, we can do another handshake. I'm good at that.
Yeah, me too. Thank you.
15 months. Oh, man.
15 months.
15 months of not really being able to talk to you.
Right.
And being able to finally talk to you. Thank you
Yep.
for having that conversation. And thank you for continuing to talk with me, even though it wasn't always on camera.
Well, it helps me too. So
I appreciate you. And I'm sorry for what you guys are going through.
Oh.
And I know that you'll be better because of it. You've got an amazing wife, an amazing support system here.
Yep.
I'm excited to see what's next for you guys. I hope you take that trip to Italy. And I hope you go to Ireland.
That would be nice.
Oh, I want to go to
Get a
Ireland
second
too.
chance, kind of, right? You like you said, that was almost a death sentence.
Yeah.
Now you get to plan what's next.
You take a whole different look at life after what we've gone through.
Yep.
And those 22 days in jail, you learn what's important and what's not important. Pillows are more important than money. A shower is more important than money. You learn what you need and what you can do without. So.
And you learn you need pillows, you need your wife, and you need God.
Yeah.
Sounds like that's what we learned, right?
Right. Yeah. You've got to live with it and do the best you can. And that's what we've done, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Thank you, guys.
Sweetheart, appreciate it.
No.
We got you, man.
Yeah, I know.
We're here. We got you.
Okay. We're done?
We're done.
All right.
We're out.
Great work.
Good.
Great comment.
All right, y'all. What a great ending. Oh my gosh, what a great ending on that interview. What a great way to end today. So thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for liking, and subscribing. I really wanted to hit 200. I hit it the other day and then it shrank again. I don't understand the back and forth thing, but I'm very blessed for the 197 subscribers. But if you haven't subscribed, please, it's free. Just click it. That's all you got to do. Thank you to all my fabulous mobs. I will be here again at 8:30 in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning, my time. And I will be ready to go again. In the meantime, be blessed. Have a great day. Hug those that you love. And I will see y'all again tomorrow. Y'all ready?